the leaders that they need to be. So we are, as we all know, obligated by the Constitution to ensure that the young people and everybody in South Africa, they are able to realize their potential. So that being the case, ladies and gentlemen, we have that sort of a responsibility. I wish to emphasize that we need to carry them along. We need to provide them the opportunity to learn and to move forward as confident as they can be, that they can be able to make a contribution and leave a legacy within the South African society. So the Library of Parliament, what they have done with the South African Library and all the various provincial legislatures and the municipal libraries, it is an important platform that has been created to allow the young people to learn and to provide them the opportunity to obtain as much knowledge and information as possible, that they can be the leaders that we want them to be. So ladies and gentlemen, I think this would be the platform that we continue to use, not only for today, but as well as into the future, so as we afford the young people that opportunity. For us that are, Gillian, I think I was a bit, at the time of 1976, I was in higher primary school at the time. And I remembered one friend from the street where I grew up. So they had already started doing some of their subjects in Afrikaans. The most important one that I couldn't forget is when he told me that they're doing Veskende. And we couldn't understand what is Veskende until he had to explain it's mathematics in Afrikaans. So all of us got scared because we couldn't understand Afrikaans at the time and we didn't know what we're going to do because we're still young and we didn't know whether there would be a solution to that problem of us having to learn all our subjects in Afrikaans. But as it happened on the 16th of June, we are released from that fear. And here we are today, ladies and gentlemen, as people that have been able to move to a higher level and to move away from what could have been if that uprising didn't take place on the 16th of June. And I would want us to take that opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, for us to honor those that have as well participated on the 16th of June, but those that made the most important sacrifice in terms of their lives, that we are able to be where we are today. And if I may ask Julian, if we can stand up and take a moment of silence to honor those that paid the ultimate price. Can we just close our eyes and honor those that had passed on? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't want to take long, Gillian, because allow the young ones and all the members of parliament that are here and all the members of the Chapter 9 institutions that are here to begin to then have that opportunity to engage with the young people in our country, because as we all are aware, it's a challenge that we all are faced with. If you ask young people today what do they want to do in life, they're not so sure anymore because of the challenges that they're faced. So the living experiences of our children and the young people in South Africa is something that we need to hear and understand very well, because it's not as easy as some of us may think, because they're going through quite a number of challenges in life. So we need to be able to afford that opportunity to hear them and for us to be able to take in what they are saying and to ensure that we can provide guidance and solution to what they are going through. Ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to welcome you all and all of you that are online to say welcome. And I wish you, on behalf of Parliament, a successful deliberation and engagement with everybody else. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lebeko. I mean, as you were talking, of course, my background is in science. And I think it's Isaac Newton who said, if you think that I'm a cool guy, I'm not really a cool guy. I just look cool because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. And I think today it is about you, it's about unlocking your potential, but it's understanding that there are people who've gone before you, who have committed themselves to development and growth, to create opportunities for you to become better. It's Nelson Mandela who said, education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. we sitting in this room and those online, we are educated. But how are we using our education to change the world? So that's why we're here, to listen to you, to deliberate, and to see how we can answer some of these questions moving forward. We're going to take some time now to reflect and to honor the youth of 1976. And I'm going to hand over to Honorable Fezeka Mbiko, who's a member of Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you very much, Doc. Honorable guests, esteemed elders, distinguished youth, ladies and gentlemen, Molweni, good morning. It is a profound honor to stand before you today at this intergenerational dialogue and the launch of the Reading Ambassadors Program. We gather here not only to celebrate the power of the written word, but to reflect deeply on the landscape of South African democracy. 50 years since the Soweto uprising. We'll never forget that. Remembering the Soweto 1976, it was 50 years ago, and the streets of Soweto echoed with the voices of young people who refused to be silenced. The image of Hector Peterson carried lifeless in the arms of Mbuyisa Makubo, with his sister Antoinette running alongside, became a symbol of youthful sacrifice. It reminded the world that the democracy is not given. It is claimed, it is defended and nurtured. Democracy is not sustained by ballots alone. It is nurtured in the spaces where ideas are read, written, debated, and shared. Reading equips our youth with knowledge. Writing records truths that cannot be erased. And storytelling connects generations. Again, it's very important to quote Steve Biko, who said, the most potent weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Reading and writing liberate the mind. This gathering is about intergenerational dialogue, the meeting of wisdom and innovation, memory and imagination, and also experience and energy. Our elders carry the most of struggle. Our youth carry the energy of possibility. Dr. Mandela reminded us that our children are the rock on which our future will be built. Our greatest asset, and that is our greatest asset as a nation. The Reading Ambassadors Program embodies this principle. It is not about literacy. It is about agency. If we are to foster social change, we must elevate reading, writing, and storytelling. Knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested.
Speaking, whoever's mute their device, please. Otherwise it will echo. Thank you.
Let me continue. I was saying knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Until the lion learns to write, every story will glorify the hunter. When an elder dies, a library burns to the ground. Together, these tools transform democracy from a distant ideal into a lived reality. To make this vision real, we must invest in literacy programs, encourage creative writing and publishing, celebrate storytelling and traditions, create platforms for youth dialogue. As one activist said, silence is not neutrality. By abstaining from participation, one surrenders the right to shape the outcome. 50 years ago, since Soweto, South Africa's democracy has achieved much. Yet challenges remain in inequality, unemployment, corruption, and the erosion of trust. The question is not whether democracy exists, but whether it is alive. And democracy lives only when citizens, especially the youth, participate actively, critically, and creatively. As we mark 50 years since Soweto tragedy, let us recommit ourselves to a democracy that listens, that learns, and evolves. Let us empower our youth not only to inherit democracy, but to shape it through their voices, their pens, and their stories. May the Reading Ambassadors Program become a beacon of hope, ensuring that the next 50 years are defined not by silence, but by the vibrant chorus of South Africans who read, write, and speak their democracy into being. Kalomazwi, dithi, phambili ngabantu abatsha phambili. Phambili ngabantu abatsha phambili. Ilizwi lenu maliqiniseke ukufundisa abanye abantwana nezinye izizwe. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbiko, who of course is a Democratic Alliance MP from the Eastern Cape, sworn into National Assembly October 2024, with a background in the Eastern Cape Development Corporation and strong involvement in rural constituency leadership. Again, you pick up the same kind of trend, right? They say we learn to read so that we can read to learn. And if our elders are the books, then we need to spend time in conversation with them, spend time in these gardens where knowledge is nurtured and passed on to the next generation. So thank you for your input. Next up, we have some more reflections on the youth of 76, and this time it comes from Ms. Lavinia Africa. She's an independent researcher and a social activist, an English tutor, and a life coach based in South Africa, known for her learner-centered teaching style and retirement coaching, helping adults and children build confidence in communication. Ladies and gents, your hands and mine for Ms. Lavinia Africa.
Gaigos, honorable members of the National and Provincial Parliament, Kaigos, the Library of Parliament, civil society, Kaigos, learners, and families of the youth who sacrificed their lives before and after 1976, all protocol observed. Matisa, how are you? Matisa, how are you? These are Khoisan language. Kaikos is good morning, and Matisa is how are you? So I'm introducing to you to a few Khoisan words. Now, I want to thank the Library of Parliament for hosting this important and meaningful event. Technology is sometimes not in our favor. Today is a moment of reflection in honor of the youth of 1976. This reflection is set within the context of today's theme, the landscape of South African democracy 5 years since the Soweto uprising, youth voices, reading, and democracy. It is also the 30th anniversary of our Constitution. One of the main objectives of this event is to launch the Reading Ambassadors Program. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate all future ambassadors and wish you an enriching journey as you guide learners to improve reading in schools, especially reading your textbooks for understanding and meaning, reading for fun, for academic purposes, read to develop yourselves, read to become authors, read to become activists, read to conscientize learners about civic responsibility. Reading to the older people and building this generation and future generation of readers. Please read so that you know how to work towards eliminating corruption, injustice, exclusivity, inequality, racism, sexism, and stigma. Read on how to eliminate the exclusion of the boy child, and read on how to include the youth of the First Nation equally as Khoisan youth. Read to reduce teenage pregnancy, statutory rape, dropping out of school, how to prevent dropping out of school. Read to be part of the 6th industrial revolution of technology, AI and robotics. Last but not least, read to build our democracy through a youth of civic movements, door-to-door campaigns, street committees, and a youth of substance, not just a youth of material, financial, and social media obsession. So, what exactly happened before 1976? Protests began in 1956, in 1952, with the Anti-Apartheid Defiance Campaign, the Women's March in 1956, the Sharpeville Massacre in 1960, and the Black Consciousness Movement in the early 1970s. Yes, it did not start with 1976. Today, we reflect on the 50th anniversary of the Soweto uprising on June 16, 1976 in Johannesburg, which occurred in defiance of oppressive policies. Following the Soweto uprising, anti-apartheid protests spread throughout the country. This year, we honor the many activists who lost their lives during these protests. Like the courage of protesters in previous decades, the youth of 1976 ignited a powerful movement against inequality and injustice. Each name of the youth who has passed since then represents not only their names, but also their sacrifices in pursuit of equality and freedom. Let us commit to the fight for equality in all spheres, especially economic equality, and to the inclusion of minority groups in all spheres of society. Today, we honor the legacy and ask the youth to continue the journey, fighting for their rights as the youth of South Africa. I challenge every one of you in your respective roles sitting here today to examine yourselves, your communities, and your country, and to reflect on where our country has come from and the role we as individuals play. In 1976, 15-year-old Hastings Ndlovu and 12-year-old Hector Peterson were the first protesters among 23 to be shot and killed by police in Soweto. The same year, 148 protesters were killed in Cape Town. From August 1976 to January 1977. A student boycott at the University of the Western Cape in August sparked protests in Gugulethu, Nyanga, and Langa. Ezekiel Cholile Mosi, a 17-year-old learner from Langa, was among 21 killed on August 11. The protests spread to Ravensmead, Elsies River, Manenberg, Pontiac, Hanover Park, Retreat Athlone, and Grassy Park. And in late August and early September, Christopher Truter, a 15-year-old learner from Pontiac, was shot in the head on August 25th. Sandra Peters, an 11-year-old, was killed by police shotgun blast to the head in Athlone in early September. The ripple effect of the 1976 uprising extended to the Boland in Paarl and Stellenbosch, and as far as rural towns as Oudtshoorn, Paarl, George, and Mossel Bay. 53 so-called coloreds were killed and 55 Africans were killed. Just between August and September in 1976, August and January. So 50 years after the uprisings in Soweto, So 50 years after the uprising in Soweto, we reflect on the country's achievements and its challenges. So what happened the past 50 years since we lost so many of our South African citizens, our youth, fighting for freedom, for equality, for justice? We have political participation, and it contributes to a more active role of young people in decision-making processes. We have the right to vote. We had educational reforms. We had formation of student bodies that continue to fight for social justice and students' rights. We have the formation of youth social movements in advocating, among others, for climate justice, anti-corruption, and gender equality. With the rapid development in technology, the youth mobilize and raise awareness about social issues. Powerful tools for organizing campaigns and protests are enabled by social media and the internet, giving voices a global stage. And this is what we should use. We should use the social media, not just for TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and this dance and this and this photo, but we should use it to mobilize ourselves for a better future for this generation and for 7 generations to come. Art, music, and literature are influencing culture to advocate for change, and these expressions have kept the 1976 uprisings relevant and alive on the global stages, with more opportunities for young people to study and work abroad. Mental health issues are a problem, and the systemic issues faced by the youth gave rise to an increase in mental health issues. Advocacy for mental health leads to an increase in awareness, resources for young people, and better. So what are the challenges? Despite effort in economic empowerment and entrepreneurship, and unemployment remains high. More than 60% of youth are unemployed, resulting in economic insecurity due to the lack of well-paying, stable jobs. Despite progress in access to quality education, marginalized communities still face poorly maintained schools, inadequate resources, a lack of proper sanitation, and a lack of feeding schemes, among other issues. Political disillusionment among young people stems from problems in leadership and political systems. Today, we see similar protests throughout South Africa over many issues. As the youth feel their voices are not being heard, it reflects a disconnection within political processes. Social inequality persists and affects young people's access to opportunities. A significant barrier to well-being is on the rise, driven by stigma associated with seeking help for mental health issues, the changing socio-economic landscape, and a lack of resources. Gang violence and crime create unsafe environments for youth in certain communities. Substance abuse is a continuous concern, and it's often linked to socio-economic challenges, trauma, and stress. Gender inequality persists, and gender-based violence and discrimination continue among the youth. Despite progress in women's rights, challenges continue among young girls. Technological challenges are a major factor in South Africa, causing a digital divide. While some young people have internet access, others remain disconnected due to barriers to internet connectivity and digital resources. This contributes to inequalities in information and economic opportunities. Climate change as a very important phenomenon and the resource scarcity are affecting youth, and we need sustainable solutions to ensure a more secure future. Despite the prevalence of climate fiction in poetry, movies, novels, computer games, and cartoons, cli-fi, which is climate fiction, is not reaching most youth due to limited access. This brings us to the important challenge I mentioned earlier, civic engagement. Civic engagement. Despite some youth involvement, many young people still don't know how to participate effectively in civic matters and influence policy. Today is an opportunity for you to influence policy. And when you leave here today, please continue to influence policy in every sector in our society. Although some youth are aware, they choose not to be involved due to a lack of commitment. Barriers to participation could impede societal change, and that is what we need. We need societal change. Well, while you, as the youth of the young democracy, continue to advocate for your rights and strive for progress, the challenges I have just discussed underscore the need for continued advocacy and activism among the youth, as well as ongoing support from all stakeholders in our country to arrive at comprehensive solutions that foster a more equitable society. Intergenerational engagement is one of the key themes here today, and I encourage you to continue intergenerational engagement. Spend time with the elderly, spend time with older people, exchange knowledge, exchange skills, discuss, debate, share. That will also contribute to a more commitment amongst youth for social change. Let me conclude. To the youth of 1976, we owe you an apology for the current state of our country. You fought and died so that we can have an unemployment rate of 3%, equality, justice, and a non-racial, non-sexist society. We forgot your sacrifices, some of us, and we are sorry. For the youth of today, we failed you because unemployment is not decreasing due to corruption, non-commitment by some civil servants in key decision-making positions, and a sense of entitlement among some leaders. Despite the above, this is a tribute to you as youth. And I wrote this tribute to you to encourage you. And there you are, standing tall among us all. At times you carry the whole wide world on your shoulders, but with your head up high, with your hands cutting through water to survive, with your hands picking up pencil and pen to develop yourself mentally and physically, with your hands opening books to read and broaden your worldview, with your hands sharing ideas, and also embracing your friends, your classmates, your neighbors, your family members, around their shoulders sometimes to comfort them, to advise, to support, to love. Let us continue to use our hands to read and write and build ourselves. Let us continue to use our insights, our knowledge to bring peace in a turbulent world. I salute the youth of 1976 and beyond for the past 50 years, and I salute you as the youth here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Africa, for taking us on that journey. 50 years this year after the June 16 uprising and 70 years after the March of Women. So they say a mind once stretched never returns to its original size. So hopefully, as we share this information, it allows you to become bigger in your thinking and in your awareness. Now, when I grew up, they used to say children should be seen and not heard. Today, we want to give voice to our young people, and I'm going to get some reflections from our youth. First up is Miss Samantha September. She's recently been appointed as the Deputy Junior Mayor for the City of Cape Town. So we heard that back in the day, our youth got killed. And today, when we look around, they're still being killed. Maybe for different reasons. So I'm getting the sense that the struggle is real. But let's hear what Samantha has to say.
Young people are not only the leaders of tomorrow, they are the partners of today. Kofi Annan, honorable members of the parliament, distinguished guests, fellow young people, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Samantha September, and I have the honor of serving as Deputy Junior Mayor of the City of Cape Town. Standing here today, 50 years after the Soweto uprising, is both humbling and inspiring. When I think about the young people of 1976, I do not just think about history. I do not only think about a moment in history, I think about courage. I think about young people who refused to accept that their voices did not matter. I think about young people who stood up, spoke out, and changed the course of our country's future. Because of their courage, young people like me are able to stand in spaces like this today. Because of them, we have opportunity to lead, to participate, and to contribute to the future of South Africa. As I prepared for today, I kept asking myself one question. What does it mean to be a young person in South Africa right now? As Deputy Junior Mayor, I've had the privilege of meeting young people from different communities, schools, and backgrounds. Through those experiences, I've learned something important. Young people are often described as the future. But what I see every day is young people are already making a difference in the present. I see young people volunteering in their communities. I see young people mentoring others. I see young people taking initiative, stepping into leadership positions, and finding ways to serve those around them. What I have learned is that young people do not lack passion. We do not lack ideas. We do not lack potential. What we sometimes lack is opportunity. Opportunity is a powerful thing, not because it guarantees success, but because it gives young people the chance to discover what they are capable of. I stand before you today because someone opened a door for me and gave me an opportunity. The opportunity to lead, the opportunity to learn, and the opportunity to serve. And that opportunity has shaped the person I am becoming. Through the Junior City Council, my fellow councillors and I have been given opportunity that many young people can only dream of. We have been trusted with the responsibility to encourage, to share our ideas and challenge to make a difference in our communities. Each of us are currently working on a community project that aims to create a positive impact in areas we represent. What inspires me most is seeing what happens when young people are trusted with responsibility. When young people are trusted, they rise. When young people are given opportunities, they create solutions. When young people are empowered, they do not only change their own lives, they create change for others too. An opportunity is more than a program, a title or a position. It is a seed. And when that seed is placed in the hands of a young person who is willing to work hard, learn, and to serve others, it can grow into something extraordinary. And that is why I believe investing in young people is one of the most important investments of our country. My generation is growing up in a world shaped by rapid change. Artificial intelligence is transforming the way we learn and work. The future is evolving faster than ever before. For many young people, that can feel exciting. For others, it can feel uncertain. Many young people wonder what opportunities will exist for them in the future. Will they have access to quality education? Will they be prepared for the jobs of tomorrow? Will they have a chance to achieve their dreams? These are real questions young people are asking today. Yet despite those uncertainties, I remain hopeful. I remain hopeful because I have seen the resilience of South Africa's youth. I have seen young people overcome challenges that many adults would struggle to face. I have seen young people continue to dream despite difficulties. I have seen young people choose leadership, service, and community when it would have been easier to give up. That resilience reminds me that the spirit of the youth of 1976 is still alive today. It lives in every young person who refuses to let their circumstances define them. It lives in every young person who believes they can make a difference. And it lives in every young person who chooses hope over fear. One of the greatest lessons I've learned through youth leadership is that young people do not want adults to solve every problem for us. We want to be part of the solution. We want to contribute and we want to lead. We want opportunities to prove that we are capable of. Young people are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for a chance to learn, for a chance to lead, and for a chance to contribute. Because once an opportunity is placed in the hands of a young person, there is no limit to what they can build, create, or achieve with it. As we reflect on 50 years since the Soweto uprising, I believe the greatest way we can honor the youth of 1976 is by continuing to invest in the youth of today, by listening to them, by believing in them, by creating opportunities for them, and by trusting them with the responsibility to lead. Because when young people are empowered, incredible things happen. Before I conclude, I would like to leave you with this thought. The youth of 1976 fought to ensure that young people would be heard. The youth of 2026 are not asking only to be heard, but to be included. Included in conversations, included in decisions, included in building the future of our country. South Africa story has always been shaped by young people. I have no doubt that the next chapter will be shaped by us too. Young people are not just the future of South Africa. We are part of its present. We are contributing now. We are leading now. We are ready now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. There's just a little token that we want to give to you. So there we have it. It's all about courage. It's about discovering your voice. It's understanding that you can make a contribution. You can become the change that you want to see. But what we need to do as the older folks is to trust the process. The sad thing is that trust, of course, is built on relationships. Without relationships, there can't be trust. So if you young people are unwilling to build relationships with older people, there can never be trust. So what is some of the things we need to think about as we don't just have the hindsight and the insight, but we start thinking about the foresight. So let's get another input. This time it comes from Mr. Michael Daniel Bum, or is it Bam? He's the former junior mayor of the city of Cape Town, recognized for his youth leadership and community service initiatives, and founder of his own foundation. Michael, thanks for being here.
Members of Parliament, representatives of provincial legislatures, leaders from institutions supporting democracy, educators, librarians, representatives from higher education institutions, distinguished guests, and all stakeholders present, good morning. And thank you very much for the opportunity to address you all today. And now, before I begin with my speech, I'd like to say to my fellow high school learners, university students, and young people that have joined in online, it is genuinely good to be in your company today, especially considering it is the month of June and exam season. So out of curiosity, who in this room is writing an exam tomorrow? Put your hand up. And who's writing the day after? Also me. Shame. But well, I've got just 2 words for you all. Good luck. But jokes aside, the fact that you are all here or joined in online says a lot about the people that you are. It shows about your values, and it shows exactly what you care about. Today's gathering is about something more than just being here. It's about something meaningful. It's not just an ordinary moment. Today, we are meeting in a moment of remembrance and responsibility. We are marking 50 years since the Soweto uprising of the 16th of June in 1976. A moment where young people stood at the center of history, demanding dignity, voice, and access to something as powerful as education and language itself. And we are doing so within Youth Month, under the theme of Youth Voices, Reading and Democracy, and through the official launch of the National Library of South Africa's Reading Ambassadors Program, an initiative that reminds us that reading is not just a skill, but it's a form of civic empowerment. My name is Michael Daniel Bam. I'm a former junior mayor of the city of Cape Town. I'm founder of a nonprofit and head of projects at the same nonprofit. But far more important than my titles or positions is this. I stand here as someone who believes that young people are not just the future leaders of our democracy, but we are the leaders of our democracy today. Today, I want to speak about the role of youth in shaping their own narratives and ultimately shaping the future of our democracy. We often speak about young people as the future leaders, but history, especially the history that we remember today, tells a different story. The youth of 1976 were not the future, they were the present. They were shaping national consciousness in real time and at a great personal cost. And it raises an important question for us today. What does it mean for young people to shape their narrative in our time, in a democracy that exists because others refused to remain silent? We live in a world that constantly tries to define young people before we have defined ourselves. We are told we are the next generation, the future leaders, the hope of tomorrow. And while those words may sound positive, they can quietly distance us from the responsibility we hold in the present. Because they suggest that our influence starts later, that our impact begins someday. But the truth is that each and every single one of us are already shaping society now, in every conversation we have, in every idea we accept or challenge, every book we read or choose not to read, every moment we speak or stay silent. These are all acts of narrative building. And in a democracy, narrative is never neutral. Narrative shapes participation. It shapes belonging. It shapes who feels seen and who feels excluded. That is why reading matters so deeply in this moment. Because reading is not only about literacy, it is about access to thought. It is about entering ideas beyond our immediate environment. It is about building the ability to question, to imagine, and to participate more fully in democratic life. And perhaps that is what the Reading Ambassadors program is truly about. Not just promoting reading, but strengthening active citizens. I learned early in my journey that waiting to feel ready is actually often just another form of delay. When I began working in community spaces, I did not start because I had everything figured out. It was actually quite the opposite. I started because I realized something simple. Responsibility does not wait for comfort. And action, especially imperfect action, begins to shape identity. It teaches you who you are while you are still becoming. When I served as the junior mayor of the city of Cape Town in 2025, one of the most important lessons that I learned is that leadership is not something you wait for. It is something you step into when you recognize a gap between what is and the potential of what could be. And that applies to all of us, regardless of our age or our role, because whether we realize it or not, we are already influencing narratives. In our classrooms, we influence culture. On our campuses, we influence thought. In our communities, we influence possibility. And through reading, we influence how deeply we understand the world that we are a part of. That is power. And as Uncle Ben famously reminds Peter Parker in Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. But that idea is not unique to superheroes. Archbishop Desmond Tutu once said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." Both reminders point us to the same truth. Silence is not neutral. Silence is participation in whatever already exists. And that silence is not an option. Not at all because every single voice must be loud, but because every voice must be present. And presence is the foundation of democracy. Through my work, I've seen that change is rarely immediate or dramatic. It's built through consistency, through showing up, through small actions repeated over time, even when progress feels invisible. That is our narrative shift. That is how communities change. And that is how democracies are strengthened. And this brings me to what I want to leave you all with today. 50 years ago, the young people of Soweto refused to accept the narrative that had been written for them. They raised their voices. They shaped history. And because they did, we have the opportunity to gather in spaces like this today. Our responsibility is different, but no less important. We must continue shaping the story of our country through participation, through learning, through reading, through service, and through active citizenship. Because we, the youth, are not just the architects of our personal futures. We are the architects of something far greater. We are the architects of our democracy's future. We are the architects of our world's future. Not someday, but now. Because the democracy that we inherit tomorrow is being shaped with what we do with our voices, our choices, and yes, even what we read today. So the question is not whether we will have influence. The question is what we will do with it. Will we participate? Will we speak? Will we lead? Because the future is not something that simply happens to us. It is something that we create. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael Bam. So there you have it. There are 7 days in a week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There's no day called one day. There's no yes in yesterday. When we take the word silent and if we rearrange the letters, it spells listen. So I've picked up a lot. You guys have made notes. You've listened to Honorable Mbiko, Miss Africa, Miss September, and now, of course, Mr. Bam. And while you allow this to just wash over you, I'm going to introduce to you some edutainment. When we take education and we combine it with entertainment, we get edutainment. So we've got some poetry coming from Msunduzi Municipal Library Services. I hope I've got that right. And we've got Bitso Jobe. He's a South African musician with tracks available on Audio Mac. And then we've got Sifiso Nkunzi. He's a Johannesburg-based biotechnologist and filmmaker active in Gauteng's creative industries. So let's sit back and let's enjoy the poetry while you think about all the learning that has happened already. Because remember, they say your learning becomes relevant when it is connected to reality. So let's enjoy the poetry.
Zazingu 16 kweka 6 ngo 76 obhuti nabosisi abangotiyetsi no Peterson besukuma bethi sis we are so sick of this babengasaqhizi icakala ngisho lesisi esikhalisa unyembezi bethi akusizi vele nisi phethe ngosizi. Up was the wrist and tight was the fist, amandla echoed through the streets in a tone that frightened the beast. The gist was to resist against the system of a supremacist. Imagine a student armed with just a stone against a rifle and a pistol. Kwakuyigabade against the gun and the tear gas, a battle of a bottle and a bullet. Ngaleyo mini ibhodlela lahlala entendeni yesandla somfundi njengesikhali sokuzivikela. Namuhla selahlala lihleze endebeni zomlomo wakhe njengesikhali sokubulala ikusasa lakhe. It was before 94 when they came to the fore, but gloves off. Enough is enough. Sonke masiphathwe ntofo. Inhlamvu yabaqhofoza ubuphofoqhofo, but they were not prepared to fall because the freedom they fought for was for you and I. Now is the time for you and I to stand up and rise high. Prepare for a fight, face to face and eye to eye with the social ills. Declare a war on GBV, poverty and HIV. In those hands lies the future of Umzansi. Engani wena ungumuntu omusha, you are the future.
Thank you very much for that powerful rendition. And I think when we think about the arts allow us to be creative. And when we are creative, we observe and we ask questions. And that's really what we want to do here this morning as well. So as I indicated originally in the program, of course, today we also want to officially launch the Reading Ambassadors program. And to assist us with that part of the program, I'm going to call on the chairperson of the board of the National Library of South Africa, contributing to governance and oversight of the country's leading bibliographic heritage institution, the one, the only, Mr. Bernardo Marlak. Apologies, sir. You can come and sit here with me so that I don't feel so lonely, but there were two poets and we only listened to the one. So apologies for that. I will hand over the microphone to the second poet. Thank you very much.
Uqhuba ifektani usilimela insimu uzondlela usapho egadini ulimile isitiya sakhe echumile kunolala ufuyile. Wena uselokishini unxusile ngabe lunguqeshiwe kodwa ubona abantu njengebharu xa urholile. Thetha mna ndikubonile waterfront upholile ungcembile intombi igqonile kwivenkile ningenile ndibonile nithengile. Afika umvula imali iphelile. Ubhuti waselokishini ibhongo liphelile. Kwenile imvula inethile inkomo zityebile isikhosanisi kunolaliso nasonwabile. Sona sifuna umbona sithi inkukhu senga inkomo sandubisi sicebele yasicebele ukusikanisa. Gama lebharo nemuku liyabhikanisa. Akho nto ubhetele ngayo xa ukudele ekhaya nonyana walahleka wakhetha ukubuyela ekhaya. Umjitho ufletha ulifasile usipidile izazi lihlomile intombi zinqwasile nokufa ngapha kwengcwaba kumlindile. Ndibolekele inqili ndikhuphe inqawa ndihlohle ubdiza nditshaya abanye benu bandibiza ukukhosana kodwa igama labo lisifunda nawo. Ndim ugaba umngqosini umdlovu umfuthi umfuthi. Uyeke lo. Ubuyele uzafisa. Isebenza uzabe lo. If you don't give them pens, straight will give them knives. And their ink will their blood. If you don't give them books, they will shake hands with pedophiles and gangsters. Chetan Sude Lukshin, I know it. Ibiqale ngokuchaphaza suka yagalela asisithola. Kwizanzulu zobusuku igalele de kwashenqa ubuthoba. Suka yaqabuka. Twaka. Zole. Nya okomsholo. Zikhanyile ezenkomo impondo ubuzimela ubusuku. Ifikile insasa umhlaba usafumile nemilambo isaqhayitile. Ivakele ikatala yamaxoxo nononkala kwemifule ekufutshane. Ivumba lomhlaba elisantshontsha kwintubi zesiqalane. Zona inkonjane bezisathe zonethola impahla nabaqhawukela ezimpilo. Waphakamisele phezulu amamehlo ndayibona imibala engenakubaleka umgcama belo sithimbile isibhakabhaka. Lona ilanga belizifudisa ukuphuma phansi kwelifelangathweni. Ukakwethu wavakala ukubetha kwentubi. Ukakwethu wavakala ukubetha kwentubi zentaba. I'm here to promote and preserve and celebrate my language. Ngumxhosa, fanele Xhosa.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. If we don't give them pens, they will find knives. And I think it's Indira Gandhi who said, we can't shake hands with closed fists. If we want to connect with people, we have to stop fighting and we have to start building these relationships. So thank you very much for your input. All right, so let's now launch the Reading Ambassadors program, and let me hand over to the chairman of the board, National Library of South Africa, Mr. Bernardo Marlak.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Just a short tale. We grew up together. We come from power. But we also come from underprivileged schools. But before I start giving my speech, what I want to encourage young people, it's not where you come from. It is what you do with what you get that ultimately determines where you end. You know, so Dr. Aronson is a wizard of note. And so for us to stand here, we gather here this morning under the theme Youth Voices, Reading and Democracy, 50 years since the Soweto uprising. And we gather under this theme this morning to launch the Reading Ambassadors program. And it is quite significant that we launched this program this morning, especially in thinking back to 1976. And it is so significant that we remember the young people of those years that understood that to transform, you need education. And without education and without knowledge, they will be in a disadvantaged position. And so the youth of 1976 stood up against injustice because they understood that education was more than just a classroom exercise. Education was about dignity. It was about empowerment. It was about access to opportunity. And it was about the right to shape one's future. And today, 50 years later, we honor their legacy by investing in another powerful tool of empowerment, and that is reading. If the youth of 1976 fought for access to education, then the youth of 2026 must become champions of literacy, champions of learning, and champions of lifelong reading. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa continues to face significant literacy challenges. Many children continue to struggle with reading comprehension and reading for meaning. Many homes do not have books because in homes, if we look at today's economy, people have to decide whether to buy a bread or a book. And in many instances, you go for the latter, you buy the bread. And so many homes today still struggles to have books. Many communities have limited access to reading materials. You find in some provinces, you find that libraries are closing. Libraries are demolished. Libraries are vandalized. And so in many communities, we still have that process where access to reading material is a challenge. Many young people today do not have opportunities to develop strong reading habits. And these challenges are continuing to face us every day. And every day it impacts on educational achievements of young people. It impacts on their ability to participate in the economy of today. It impacts on their ability in terms of social and socioeconomic transformation and democratic engagement. A child who cannot read effectively is a child that struggles to learn effectively. A society that does not read cannot fulfill its full potential and cannot participate fully in the socioeconomic processes of a country. A democracy cannot strive without informed, literate citizens. For this reading promotion remains one of the most important interventions for the future of our country. The National Library of South Africa has therefore prioritized reading promotion as a strategic national program and continues to implement initiatives to encourage reading, literacy development, and access to information. And today we are launching the Reading Ambassadors program. This program we are launching is in collaboration with the Library of the Parliament, provincial libraries across South Africa. It represents a shared commitment to promote reading, literacy, democratic participation, and youth development. We are particularly grateful for the Library of Parliament and the provincial libraries for partnering with us and to ensure that we are able to bring to life this vision, which is so important in terms of ensuring a culture of reading in our nation among young people. The Reading Ambassadors Program seeks to establish a national network of young literacy champions who will advocate for reading in schools, libraries, and our communities. These ambassadors will encourage reading among their peers. They will promote the use of libraries. They will support reading clubs and storytelling programs. They will advocate for books, literacy, and lifelong learning. Most importantly, they will become visible champions for reading in our communities. Today's launch marks the beginning of a journey. Once all logistic arrangements and implementation processes are finalized, all provincial libraries will be invited to identify 10 young people from their respective provinces to serve as reading ambassadors. These young people will form the first cohort of a national reading movement. The program will initially focus on young people between the ages of 10 and 21. This age group represents a critical period for developing lifelong learning habits, leadership skills, and active citizenship. However, while reading programs focus on youth learnerships, a broader reading promotion campaign remains open to everyone. Reading belongs to all South Africans. Whether you are a learner, a parent, a teacher, a librarian, a grandmother, a community leader, or professional, we invite you to become a reading advocate. The responsibility of building a reading nation cannot be left to the young people alone. It must become a collective responsibility. We call on every South African to become an ambassador for reading. Every home is encouraged to be transformed into reading space. I just recently, my son goes to a particular school, and just last week, the school was sending out letters, and they say our school is now becoming a cell phone free zone, meaning no more cell phones are allowed in schools. And I was clapping my hand, and he was not very amused by me. And I said, no, it's something that I already long time ago said needs to happen. Because cell phones make that we cannot socialize. And so we must minimize the use of cell phones so that our homes can become a reading space. We urge every school to function as a reading community. Libraries are called upon to serve as centers for literature development. We call for every child to have access to books and meaningful opportunities to read. This program grows. Our vision is ambiguous, and it's important to understand that this program is there to be achieved. It's not something that we dreamed of as the National Library and also with the Library of the Library and other provincial libraries. No, it is work that we will put into action. Beginning the first cohort for reading ambassadors, the National Library, together with the provincial libraries and the Library of the Parliament, we aim to establish a network of approximately 100 ambassadors nationally. By this time next year, we would like to see a network of more than 500 reading advocates and ambassadors operating across South Africa. Can you imagine the impact? Can you imagine that 500 young people promoting books? Over 1,000 young people encouraging others to read. In a future where all young people are help building stronger communities through reading. This is the vision we are launching today. We will also encourage the Department of Basic Education and provincial education departments to support this program within schools. We want to see learners becoming advocates for reading. We want reading champions in every school and every library. We want reading clubs in every community. We want young people to lead the promotion of literacy among their peers. Ladies and gentlemen, the launch we are celebrating today is not simply the launch of a program. It's the launch of a national campaign. It's a campaign that calls on all South Africans to support reading. We call on all parents to read to their children. We call on all teachers to create time for leisure reading. We call on all communities to support local libraries. We call on authors and publishing houses to help make books accessible. We call on government institutions and private sector to invest in literature development. We call on every South African to make reading part of everyday life. Every opportunity should be used to place a book in the hand of a child. Every opportunity should be used to say a story. Every opportunity should be used to encourage reading. Later in today's program, we will participate in the Reading Ambassadors Pledge. This pledge is an important milestone in the establishment of this program. It represents a commitment to reading, to literature, learning, and active participation. While this pledge will be led by our future reading ambassadors, I encourage everyone participating today to embrace its spirit. This pledge is for all of us. It's a commitment to build a reading culture. It's a commitment to supporting literature. It's a commitment to create opportunities for children and young people to access books and information. It's a commitment to become advocates for reading. Today we honor the youth of 1976 by continuing their pursuit for knowledge, opportunity, and empowerment. Today we honor their sacrifice by investing in the next generation. Today we honor their legacy by launching a program that seeks to build a nation of readers. It therefore gives me great pleasure on behalf of the National Library of South Africa, the Library of Parliament, and the provincial libraries to officially launch the Reading Ambassadors Program. This program is to inspire a new generation of readers. May it strengthen literature across South Africa, and may it deepen democratic participation, and may it build stronger communities, and may it remind us all that reading remains one of the most powerful tools of transforming lives. Together, let us read and let us build a reading culture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Marlak, and congratulations on this fantastic activity where we prioritize learning as we prioritize reading. Because when we read, that allows us to change our worldview. Because when you read, you have a conversation with the author and you are able to travel where the author went. So we are trying to create a culture where reading is part of what we do. I recently had the privilege of traveling, and I was in South Korea. And in the town of Seoul, I walked into one of their big shopping malls. And do you know what I found in the middle of the mall? One of the biggest libraries in their country. It fills a number of floors. There are thousands of books. But the most amazing thing is to see young kids sitting on the floor with their parents, reading in the middle of a shopping mall. So maybe there's some lessons that we can learn, and I hope that this initiative will help us to get there. We're going to now shift gears, and we're going to invite the Honorable Tembesile Angel Kainile to deliver her keynote address. But as she comes to the fore, let me just quickly introduce her to you. Member of Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, and a member of Committee of Multi-Party Women's Caucus, a Democratic Alliance MP and former Shadow Minister of Home Affairs, now serving on the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Ladies and gents, your hands and mine for the one, the only, Honorable Tembesile Kainile.
Thank you very much, Program Director, distinguished guests, community leaders, and most importantly, the young people of our country and the young people in our midst today. A very good morning to all of you. It is a great honor to be standing in front of you today. Today we gather not merely to remember a date in history, but to honor a generation of young people whose courage altered the course of our nation forever. 50 years ago, on the morning of 16 June 1976, thousands of Black school learners in Soweto left their classrooms and marched peacefully against the apartheid government's decision to impose Afrikaans as a medium of instruction in schools. The march began in different parts of Soweto with learners from schools including Naledi High School, Maurice Isaacson High School, and others converging towards Orlando Stadium. What started as a peaceful demonstration soon became one of the defining moments in South Africa's liberation struggle. At the forefront of the movement were courageous young leaders such as Tsietsi Mashinini, Khotso Sitlulu, and many other student activists who dared to challenge an unjust system. They were young, they were fearless. And they understood something many adults failed to grasp, that education without dignity is oppression. As the learners marched, police confronted them. Then came the gunshots. One of the bullets struck a 12-year-old boy named Hector Peterson. The image that shocked the world captured Hector's lifeless body being carried by Mbuyisa Makubo, while his sister Antoinette Sitole ran beside them in pain. That photograph became a symbol of brutality, of apartheid, and the price that young people were willing to pay for freedom. Today, 50 years later, we stand on the shoulders of those brave young people. But remembrance alone is not enough. We must ask ourselves a difficult question. If the young people of 1976 walk among us today, would they believe that the South Africa they fought for has truly been realized? There is no doubt that South Africa has made remarkable progress. We have a constitution that is admired around the world. We enjoy freedoms that previous generations could only dream of. We vote in free and fair elections. We have freedom of speech, freedom of association, and equal protection under the law. These are achievements that must never be taken for granted. Yet democracy cannot be measured by only what is written in our constitution. The lived experiences of our people must also measure it. In this context, the lived experiences of our young people. And when we look honestly at the realities facing millions of South Africans, we are compelled to ask, can South Africa truly claim to be free when so many young people remain trapped by unemployment? With the recent statistics stating that an increase in the youth unemployment, can we claim to be fully democratic when poverty continues to undermine the future of a child before they are born or even enter a classroom? Can we speak of equality when opportunities available to one young person are vastly different from those available to another simply because of where they were born? For many young people, freedom remains a promise yet to be fulfilled. The young person walking the dusty streets of Ligwa in Mpumalanga searching for work, the matriculant in Soweto who holds a certificate but cannot find employment, the young woman in Lusikisiki who dreams of becoming a doctor but studies in a school with limited resources, the young entrepreneur in Gwanongoma who has talent, ambition, and determination but lacks access to the internet and is denied access to information, let alone funding and markets. Their struggles may be different in detail, but they are united by a common reality, the burning desire for opportunity. Because freedom is not only the right to vote, freedom is the ability to find meaningful work. This brings both dignity and purpose. Freedom is the ability to access quality education without having to maneuver unkept university residences like the visuals we have just witnessed at the University of the Western Cape. Freedom is the ability to walk safely in your community without fear that you may be murdered like Mthokozisi was murdered in Sakile Extension 6 a few weeks ago. Freedom is the ability to pursue your dreams regardless of your surname, your postcode, or your family's income. The truth is that many young South Africans feel excluded from the economic gains of democracy. They see corruption stealing resources that should be creating opportunities. They see inequality widening. They see graduates sitting at home. They see talent going unnoticed and they wonder what happened to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And they wonder whether democracy is working for them. These concerns are not signs of hopelessness. They are a call to action. The generation of 1976 did not fight because they had all the answers. They fought because they believed that change was possible. And that is the same spirit that must guide us today. This is why youth voices matter. A healthy democracy listens to its young people, not only during elections, not only during Youth Month, but every day. Let me repeat, a healthy democracy listens to its young people, not only during elections, not only during Youth Month, but every day. Young people must be active participants in shaping policies, holding leaders accountable, and building solutions to the challenges facing our communities. The voices that challenged apartheid in 1976 must inspire voices that challenge unemployment, poverty, inequality, gender-based violence, and corruption in 2026. But there is another powerful weapon that shaped the struggle and continues to shape democracy today, which is reading. The struggle against apartheid was fought not only in the streets, but also in books, ideas, and knowledge. Reading empowers citizens to think critically. It enables young people to distinguish facts from misinformation. It encourages innovation, creativity, and leadership. A nation that reads is a nation that thinks. A nation that thinks is a nation that questions. And a nation that questions is a nation capable of protecting its democracy. If we are serious about strengthening democracy, we must build a culture of reading in every school, every library, every household, and every community. We must ensure that every child, whether in Ligwa, Soweto, Lusikisiki, Kwanongoma, Giyani, Uppington, or Mitchell's Plain, has access to books and opportunities to learn. When a child learns to read, they gain more than literacy. They gain power, they gain confidence, they gain the ability to imagine a different future. As we commemorate 50 years since the Soweto uprising, let us remember that young people of 1976 were not waiting for permission to lead. They led. They were not waiting for a better future to arrive. They fought to create it. Their generation confronted the injustice of apartheid. Our generation must confront the injustice of exclusion, unemployment, inequality, and poverty. The struggle has changed, but the responsibility remains. The greatest tribute we can pay to Hector Peterson, Tsietsi Mashinini, and the countless young heroes of 1976 is not simply to remember their names. It is to build a South Africa where every young person has access to opportunity. A South Africa where education opens doors, where hard work is rewarded, where no young person feels forgotten. A South Africa where freedom is not only constitutional, but tangible. not only promised but experienced, not only celebrated but lived. The young people of 1976 taught us a powerful lesson that government must listen to the people it serves. Their actions embodied the spirit of the Freedom Charter's declaration that people shall govern. They refused to accept decisions imposed upon them without consultation. And through their activism, they reminded those in power that the voices of ordinary citizens matter. Today, the same democratic principle is evident whenever South Africans raise concerns about issues affecting their communities, whether it is unemployment, crime, service delivery failures, corruption, or the management of illegal immigration. In a democracy, citizens have the right to demand action from government and to expect leaders to respond to their concerns. The challenge for us is to ensure these issues are addressed within the rule of law, with respect to human dignity, and in a manner that strengthens rather than divides democracy. May we continue the unfinished work of building a democracy that works for all. And may the voices of our young people continue to guide our nation towards the South Africa that those brave students envisioned 50 years ago. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. As she was talking, I looked at the word opportunity, and I discovered that in the word opportunity, there's both a U and an I. The word opportunity, it's got a U and an I. So when we talk about opportunity, it's about us connecting, you bringing your skill, maybe I create an opportunity for you to practice that skill, and that's where things happen. So thanks for that input. Thanks for what you shared. I think this notion that courage is not the absence of fear, it's being aware of it and then choosing to still move towards it. So we invited you here because we wanted to hear your thoughts, right? Intergenerational dialogue. So what we're going to do now is to have some input coming from various hubs. They were given specific themes to reflect on, and then we're going to open up the floor for conversation and to hear what your thoughts are. So as you're sitting there, please do make notes of some of the questions that we might want to ask, because we're now going to go into what we call the intergenerational dialogue section. So before we do that, obviously everybody online is able to get up and go to the bathroom, but you are unable to do that. So I'm going to give you 2 seconds to just get up for a moment, to stand and just say, ah, and then you sit down again. All right, so let's just stand up a bit and stretch, make sure that the blood is flowing, a bit of circulation. There we go, stretch it. Beautiful. So clearly you guys are still alive and you're ready for the next spot. All right, so as we settle down, we're going to move into our conversation. As I said, we've given various people some themes to think about, and they are going to share some input with us. And then we want to hear from you. What are some of your thoughts? Because you are living in the current reality. We often talk about you as the future, and we forget that you guys are currently experiencing things. I think for me, one of the biggest risks that we have is that many of us have been conditioned to believe that we have to work for somebody. I'm often amazed at people standing on the side of the road with little boards that say, I'm looking for a job. And my head is saying, if you want to work, just go and work. You don't need somebody to give you a job. Create your own. So I think we have to deal with this reality of not everybody is supposed to work for somebody else. Some of us are supposed to start our own businesses and create employment for others. But we need to understand what it means to be an entrepreneur and how you create opportunities, not just for yourself, but for others as well. So right, so we're going to go into our next portion of our program, which we call the Intergenerational Dialogue. And we're going to have input from the Parliament of South Africa, the NLSA, Msunduzi, Northwest Provincial Legislature, Eastern Cape Provincial Library Services. So do we know who's going first yet? We do. All right, so I'll quickly hand over to you. You can just introduce the first speakers for me, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. The first speaker will be from the National Library of South Africa.
Right, National Library of South Africa.
for Mr. Mona? Okay. After Mr. Mona, it's Ms. Nduzi. Ms. Nduzi, can I please have colleagues from Ms. Nduzi Library, please?
All right, so if we can have the representative from Ms. Nduzi.
Learners, educators, and our distinguished guests. So
Morning.
today we are gathered here to speak on a matter that affects the youth of South Africans. So I would like to start identity, well-being, and building a sustainable future, combating drug abuse among South African youth. Good morning, my educators, fellow learners, and distinguished guests. Today, I stand before you to speak on a matter that affects our schools, our communities, and the future of our nation, drug abuse among South African youth. So, as we reflect on the nearly 50 years since the Soweto uprising of 1976, we remember the courage of young people who fought for quality education, dignity, and equal opportunities. They dreamed of a South Africa where every child could reach their full potential. Their struggle helped secure the republic we enjoy today. So, as we celebrate the freedom won by the previous generations, we must ask ourselves a very important question. What is threatening the future of South African youth today? One of the greatest threats is drug abuse. Drug abuse does not only affect individuals, it affects families, schools, communities, and ultimately the whole nation. It steals dreams, destroys potential, and weakens the very foundation of our future. So, our identities are shaped by our values, cultures, and our choices. Young people who understand who they are and where they come from are less likely to seek acceptance through bad or harmful behaviors. However, many young people face pressures from peers, social media, poverty, violence, and broken family structures. They turn to drugs as an escape from their problems, only to find themselves trapped in addiction. I would like my second speaker to elaborate more about what I've said.
Greetings to the honorable members and greetings to our distinguished guests and greetings to Osingaye, the learners. Today we are gathered to speak about a very pivotal issue in South Africa or currently in Pietermaritzburg as a whole. So my first speaker has mentioned a few things about the drug abuse that is currently happening in South Africa, but I will be more diligent on speaking more about the consequences and also solutions that we could use to counterattack the use of drug abuse. So drug abuse in schools often affects our learners by learners who are currently partaking in this drug abuse basically struggle to focus academically. They often tend to be very disruptive during the teaching and learning process, and they end up involving themselves in the violence and also the crimes. And our teachers often struggle to teach these learners because how can you teach someone who's currently under a euphoria caused by substance, and this substance is bit by bit taking their future away and stripping them of the brighter future that they basically had. Whereas our schools should be places that provide growth, learning, and also hope. But our learners often say that these drugs help them to basically cope with the problems that they're currently facing. But people, let's be logical. These drugs basically lead them into falling more into even bigger problems than the one that they're currently facing. But now, if we want to build a sustainable South Africa that is prosperous, we as young people need to work towards working at creating responsible and appropriate choices that will benefit us in the future. Because what type of person just wakes up and make a decision that will affect their whole entire life? So we urge our community leaders, our teachers, our schools to stand up and provide us as young people with mental awareness programs, with mentorship programs to invest in our education and also in things that can keep us busy and basically remove us from focusing on things that will hinder us or hinder our future so that we can be able to better our South Africa. Now, going back to celebrating the 50 years of the 1976 uprising. So the 1976 uprising basically fought for learning. We as the young people of today also need to fight for learning. And also by doing this, we need to make sure that us enforcing learning, we need to remove any type of destruction like our problem that we're talking about, which is drug abuse. We need to fight for learning, but in doing that, we need to protect ourselves, support one another, and also make sure that each and every teenager, each and every adult teenager, and each and every young person in South Africa prospers in each and everything that we do. So people, I do urge you that please let us choose identity over confusion. Let us choose well-being over confusion, and let us choose hope over despair. So we urge you as our leaders, please come to our communities and assist us in using methods of how to stop the substance abuse, because it's a constant issue that is hindering our country from developing. So please do come and help us, because we really need this. Because imagine a South Africa where each and every teen has an academic level of level 7. Oh, imagine the levels. Oh, imagine the power. I thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much. All right, so they spoke about identity and issues related to drug abuse, which is part of a coping mechanism. Let's get another input from one of our other hubs, please. Is it either NLSA or Northwest or Eastern Cape? Don't know who's available.
NLSA.
NLSA, thank you very much.
It's still Msunduzi, they're doing the second theme.
All right, so they do 2 themes for us. Msunduzi.
In 1976, students in Soweto rejected Afrikaans as their medium instruction. They were not just fighting a language, they were fighting for the right to learn, the right to be heard, and the right to be free. Greetings, honorable members and youth. My name is Samgelisiwe. My surname is Punga. I'm doing grade 9. I'm a fellow learner of Sashumla High School. Today, 50 years later, we must ask, can we reject hunger? Can we reject joblessness? Are we truly free? First, youth unemployment. Statistics South Africa report that Q1 of 2025, 46.1% of youth aged 19 to 24 are unemployed. For those of us aged 19 to 24, it is worse, 62.4%. 6 out of 10 of us who want to work cannot find work. In 1976, they fought for the right to learn. Today we have degrees, but we drive Uber, sell fruits. Is that the freedom they died for? Second, poverty. UNICEF stated that 23% of us children live in severe food poverty, eating less than 2 or 5 food groups per day. The child support grant is 560 rand a month, but the food poverty line is 796 rands. Freedom means nothing on an empty stomach. How do we teach democracy to a child who is too hungry to read the word democracy on the board? Third, economic inequality. The World Bank ranks South Africa as the most unequal country in the world, with a Gini coefficient of 0.5. The top 10% own 80% of the world. If wealth still has a color and poverty still has a postcode, is that economic justice? Now, let's talk about local government failure, Sunduzi. Mayor Mzimkhulu Tebula, I speak to you directly. Sunduzi has 2 standards. Howick gets clean water, gets clean streets, working taps, beams collected while Church Street is filthy, and in Imbali, Sobant, and Nodel, families wake up at 4 a.m. for Jojo Tank's water. Water and clean streets are basic rights. Everyone deserves the same service. Can't depend on your suburb. That is inequality with your signature on it. Fifth, access to opportunities. Access to opportunities remain unequal. Some young people have access to technology, mentorship, and quality schools, while others are left behind because of their circumstances. A truly free society should provide every young person with the equal chance to reach their full potential. Social justice and citizenship. Citizenship means belonging. Yet 3.8 million youth are not in education, employment, or training. In Eastern Cape, only 4 in 10 youth are even participating in labor markets. Social justice means a child in Limpopo is the same chance as a child. Social justice means a child in Soweto has the same chance as a child in Limpopo. Right now, your postcode is still your destiny. Therefore, I ask this house, if freedom means we can vote, but we cannot eat, and one suburb is clean while another is forgotten, are we free? I move that this parliament adopts 3 resolutions. First, zero-rated data for all education and job-seeking platform. Second, annual public reporting on youth budgets, because what gets measured gets done. Third, youth unemployment desk in every award. Amandla to the youth of 1976. Amandla to us who must finish the work. I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much. Right, do we move to the next hub?
And move to NLSA. I'll unmute you.
NLSA, please.
Chisel. I think we should go to the
I think we
next.
should go to the next. We
Okay,
are
there we
able
go.
to. Okay, there we go. Yes, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, parliament, and viewers all over. My name is Mashudora Vere from University of South Africa, representing UNISA Book Club. Today we are looking at youth unity, activism, and social change. In post-1976 South Africa, the event of 1976 showed us the power young people have when they stand together. The question that I have is, we face now is, do today's youth have the same unity, and how are they using the activism to shape the future? The first point that I would like to discuss is youth resistance and activism. In 1976, youth resistance was direct, visible, and unfined against a single system. Today, activism looks different. It is decentralized, digital, and issue-based. I also want to discuss about the student organization and leadership. Student bodies in 1976 became the voice of a generation. Now organization in institution mobilize students, but they often compete for influence. Strong leadership is needed to move from the protest to the policy and real impact. I'll also move to the citizenship and social cohesion. The 1976 generation fought for citizenship and equal rights. Today, the youth have their rights constitutionally, but face new divides. Number one is economic inequality, xenophobia, and political polarization. I would also like to discuss about immigration and political division. One of the biggest tension today is around immigration and political differences, where 1976 youth were united against apartheid. But when we look in today's youth, there is a difference. Divided along nationality, party lines, ideology. Unity now means dialogue across those differences. I'll also move to community and mobilization. The lesson from 1976 is that change starts in communities, from door-to-door organization, then to social media platforms and campaigns. Now mobilization is still the engine. The challenge is sustaining momentum after the hashtags trend. In my closing, I would like to speak that So are youth more united or divided than in 1976? The honest answer is that it's both. We are more divided on issues like identity, but more united by technology and shared struggles like unemployment. Unemployment rate in the youth of South Africa, it keeps on increasing day by day. We find most of our graduates sitting at home with a degree. We found most of NQ levels not being taken serious. The opportunity that youth activities can do, it can drive positive social change if we shift from reacting to the problem to building the solution. We are quick to see where the problem is, but we don't really bring up the solution that can solve the problem that we are seeing. That means that stronger leadership bridges divides and mobilizing communities with purpose. I thank you.
Right, thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
And next, we have Northwest Provincial Legislator.
Right, Northwest.
You are muted. Please unmute yourself. The floor is yours, please. I think we might have a small technical error. Let's go to the Eastern Cape Provincial.
All right, so Eastern Cape, if you are ready.
The floor is yours. You are muted, Eastern Cape.
Right, of course, this is a hybrid event and there's always some gremlins in the system. So either Northwest or Eastern Cape, if you guys are ready to share your insights.
The second speaker at the NLSA is ready. They can take the floor.
Okay, then you can go ahead, please.
Honorable members of Parliament, National Library officials, all stakeholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Prisha Twin from the UNISA Book Club. I will be discussing with you this morning about AI and the future of work. With the rapid growth of AI, young people are concerned about future jobs. Now, when you go back in history, we realize that technology has always changed the world, whether it was the invention of electricity, the cars, the radio, television, computers, it all changed the world. AI is not just changing the world of education and work in ways we are yet to understand. However, understanding how AI operates and its intention will help the young people today position themselves for the future work. Artificial intelligence is built on the creative work of millions of writers, artists, musicians, journalists, teachers, scientists, designers, and just ordinary people. It's all based on a collective human intelligence from our books, songs, artwork, computer codes, specific research, including videos, conversations, and images, as well as ideas and generations. This is a collective, creative, and labor of humanity throughout history. And therefore, as we look at AI, it should not be something we're afraid of, because it's something that we are a part of. AI and robotics are a huge threat to the working class today, but robots are only seeking to replace human muscle, while AI is seeking to replace the human brain. The key for the young people and for the future is to have future-proof jobs that are creating roles deliberately built to have human judgment, influence, and collaboration in AI-powered workplaces. At the moment, AI adoption is accelerating even faster than organizational readiness. The wonderful thing is that young people, they are not afraid of AI. They see this as an accelerant, and they're expecting to free up some more time because it improves output. And they're also creating new paths of growth. With this understanding, as young people, we should not allow AI to replace our thinking, but rather we should use it as a thinking partner. As we approach it within in education, we should still keep to our traditions of reading and of learning so that we keep to how the human brain works. I believe that the jobs of the future are determined by human development and progress. Therefore, we know that AI itself is slowly shaping the future of work, and we should not reject it, but rather use it to the fullest potential and see how far we can grow as a human race. By doing so, we will realize that AI doesn't necessarily predict the future, but it merely uses algorithms based on data that already exists. As human beings, we should continue what we are doing at our very fullest potential, which is to think and to create. So I'd encourage all the young people as I conclude that as much as we do not know how the future will look like as far as jobs are concerned, one thing is evident, that we should excel in only what humans can do, which is to think, to create, and to innovate. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have more input?
Are we ready, Northwest?
Northwest?
Northwest Provincial Legislator? Are you ready? If not, can I ask the Eastern Cape to proceed, please? Eastern Cape, are you ready?
The Northwest is ready.
Okay, great. You have the floor. Thank you. Northwest, you may proceed.
Good day, everyone. My name and surname are Omokgolo Mashego. And next to me, this is Olesego Motlogelo. The next one is Omolemo Malekutu. Next to Omolemo is another Omolemo Mojahi. Then Khalifa Mongali. We are the learners of Refinta Secondary School. The topic that we are going to discuss today is identity, well-being, and building a sustainable future. As it comes to our guiding question, our question is, how can young people build a healthy, inclusive, and sustainable society while preserving their identities and promoting well-being, and also overcoming social challenges? Our key idea is that we believe young people are not just the future. We are the leaders of today and tomorrow. So this presentation tells how we can act now. The first factor to discuss is culture and identity. What is culture? Culture is our traditions, music, language, food, and values. What is identity? Identity is who we are as individuals and as a community. Why does culture and identity matter? It makes us to be proud of ourselves. It helps us respect others' cultures, and it builds unity among different people. It assists in one staying rooted while staying open to yourself. Young people can stay proud of their culture by speaking their home language, celebrating traditions, and sharing stories at the same time.
Language and knowledge access. Using our home languages helps us to understand better. It enables us to have knowledge access, and everyone else gets a fair chance to learn. You learn best when being taught with your home language. Many learners drop out of school because they don't understand lessons. Knowledge helps us to make good decisions. And the following one is reading and lifelong learning. Reading is the key to all learning. Lifelong learning means learning even outside school. It means one should ask questions and learning new skills, which helps us solve problems even and adapt to change. We should perhaps start book clubs, study groups, or peer-to-peer tutoring so that we can encourage reading. We should encourage digital and traditional reading as it accelerates thinking and self-awareness.
The following one is mental health and adolescent suicide. Mental health is how we think, feel, and handle stress. Suicide is when a person feels there's no way out. Many teenagers feel pressures from schools, families, and friends. However, they always talk to a trusted adult, parent, or a teacher if one is feeling sad. Teenagers should know that talking helps and silence hurts. Always check up on your friend. Listen without judging, as everyone deserves to feel supported. And also drug abuse, using harmful substances like alcohol, dagga, tic, or pills without a doctor's advice. Drug abuse damages your brain and body at a young age, hence everyone should always walk away from peer pressure and say no to things they don't want. It leads to poor school performance and crime. It is advisable to join sports, arts, and reading clubs. Drugs abuse breaks families apart and lives of young people.
I'm going to talk about child abuse. Child abuse is a physical, emotional, or a sexual harm to a child. It hurts children physically and emotionally as it affects their learning and self-esteem. As a teenager, you should know your rights and responsibilities. Child abuse is a crime and must be reported by telling the police or a trusted adult. As youth, we should try to stop child abuse by being a friend to someone who seems scared or sad. The following is teenage pregnancy. Teenage pregnancy is when a girl under the age of 18 becomes pregnant. It often stops girls from finishing school and have health risks for young mothers and babies. We as youth should respect ourselves and set boundaries for ourselves. Teenage pregnancy creates financial and emotional stress to young mothers. We should support teen mothers to stay in school and get correct information about sexual health from life orientation teachers and books. Environmental sustainability. It means that taking care of the environment so that the future generation can live well. Pollution and waste affect our health, resulting in climate change, which causes droughts and floods. We advise schools to start recycling of papers and cleaning up programs within our communities. People should be aware that a clean environment is a healthy environment. Our call to action is that we aim to build a healthy, exclusive, and sustainable societies. Respect our cultures and others' identities.
Speak up about our problems and ask for help.
Learn always and share knowledge.
Protect ourselves and our friends from harm. Care for the environment every day. Thank you for listening to our presentation. It was worth having your attention. Any questions?
All right, thank you very, very much. All right, do we have more input?
Yes, Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape?
Yes.
Are you ready to present your thoughts? Eastern Cape, if you're there, you can unmute and share.
As a wise man once
The wise man once said, education is the most powerful
which you
weapon
can use to
which you can use to.
As a wise man once
As
said,
a wise man
education
once
is the
said,
most
education is the
weapon
most
which you can
weapon
use to
which
change
you
the
can
world.
use to change the
Those
world.
beautiful words,
Most beautiful
greetings to
words,
the
greetings
educators,
to the
learners,
educators,
and everyone who's
learners,
joining
and
us on
everyone
these
who's
premises
joining us
today.
in this
It is an
today.
honor to stand
It is an
before
honor
you
to
Apologies,
to
stand
apologies.
before
deliberate
you
on a
to
Just,
topic that
deliberate on a
touches on
topic that
technology,
just
touches
hold it quickly.
invading
Just hold it
privacy,
quickly.
and everything that
So,
shows
everything
that
Eastern Cape, just give me 1 second.
Right. Can I just ask if
Right,
you are
can I
not
just ask
speaking,
if
if
you
you
are
could
not
just
speaking,
mute
if you could just mute
your microphone, please,
your
so that we
microphone,
only
please,
listen
so that we
to the
only
Eastern
listen
Cape.
to the Eastern Cape.
I think everyone whose
think
mic is
everyone
not
whose mic
muted,
is not muted,
please mute yourself,
please
and
mute
let's
yourself
only have
and let's
Eastern
only
Cape.
have Eastern Cape.
But I think somebody in
But I
this
think
venue,
somebody in this venue,
their mic,
they
their
might,
device
they
that they're
device
connecting
that
to
they
is not muted.
not
So
muted,
we're echoing.
echoing.
So small request, put your device on mute. Thank you. Okay, so now can we have Eastern Cape join us, please? Thank you so much.
As a wise man once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. With those beautiful words, I would like to say greetings to the educators, learners, and everyone who's joining us on these premises today. It is an honor to stand before you to deliberate on a topic that touches on technology, creativity, and intelligence in the digital world. Standing before you is none other than Tsonguzi Avile, a grade 8 learner in Zeneputuko Senior Secondary School. I am going to be the first speaker from the Eastern Cape province. I am going to be talking about artificial intelligence. AI is a type of a computer technology that was created by humans in order to copy or perform human work. It uses data to solve problems, make decisions, and it has both a positive and a negative impact on our society today. Positive impact. It helps students by making sure that it helps them to do their homework assignments or school assignments. And now there are apps for studying created by AI, such as Binogi, Study Buddy, Gold AI, and more. This helps to prepare them for their tests and understand more topics much better, preparing them for the future. It is also used in companies and it uses technology to develop new ideas, and it's very important to use it. Many people are afraid of using it, but I would advise them not to be, but instead they must embrace it. Negative impact. It also comes in forms of robots. In many developed countries like China and Japan, people come up with robots which are controlled systems that were created to replace human work, such as doing chores, working in companies, coming up with new ideas on how to improve our standard of living. In other words, AI can lead to unemployment as it will replace human labor as years goes by. In my own opinion, I think AI makes us feel lazy and that we cannot be able to work hard into our schoolwork. For example, if you want help for an assignment, you directly go to AI. 90% of students in the world use AI, but in reality, everything in your life depends on you. This means that if you want to be dependent, work hard on it. AI will replace humans if the society does not want to do anything about that. Lastly, I would like to say AI is one of the most powerful tools you can use to make your ideas come to life. For those who don't understand me, here's a brief definition of AI. Artificial refers to something created by humans. It does not directly come from nature. Intelligence, it is the ability to solve problems, making decisions, and learning in a creative way. With those words, I would like to say thank you.
Right. Thank you to the Eastern Cape.
I have more speakers, just allow them to
Oh,
finish. Thank
sorry.
Good morning to everyone. Oh, sorry, afternoon. I would like to talk about digital literacy. The The definition of digital literacy is the ability to use, evaluate, and create information using digital technologies. It goes beyond basic computer skills to include critical thinking, online safety, and the capacity to navigate and communicate across internet, social media, and various digital platforms. A digital literate person possesses a mix of technical and constructive abilities in today's world. It is not enough to know how to use social media. In conclusion, the future belongs to those who are prepared. By improving digital literacy, investing in education, and embracing lifelong learning, young people can be ready for tomorrow's world of work. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Standing before you is Phumelela Mbiko. I'm here to discuss about education and skill development. Education provides the fundamental knowledge and critical thinking skills required to adapt to a changing world, while skills developed applies that knowledge practically for specialized careers and trades, both the critical for driving economic growth and increasing the employability. Education without a skill is unuseful for you to be relevant. So we say to government, we ask for vocational schools in South Africa, combining the theoretical education with hands-on skills, training in vitally for youth empowerment, and addressing the jobs challenges. Localizing resources and official government challenges offers several venues to pursue these opportunities. We have National Youth Development Agency that equips young people with life skills. We also need the technical and vocational education training, TVET school, so that we can gain practical in-demand skills in trading, such as lion making, welding and plumbing, current, updated, and admission. So without a skill or a practical experience of that particular work, that knowledge of yours is invalid. Thank you.
Greetings to our honorable learners. I stand before you to talk about the topic future careers and work. The question is, are we ready? Do our skill match future jobs? We now have access to AI. Let us embrace it for our future jobs. For our future, we need to learn on technology and embrace it, but not lose our skills. We as young people have the wrong skills now. We are memorizing facts AI can Google. We lack critical thinking, problem solving, soft skills. We are afraid to change development like technology and AI, forgetting that they also bring new careers like prompt engineer for AI trainer, data analyst. We feel them. We are more flexible, creative, used to change than older generations. Tomorrow's work needs problem solvers, not just test passers. Future jobs don't exist yet. Let's invent them. Let's become better, greater, and embrace the change.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Ibn Amkanga. I'm going to talk about the access of technology. Access to technology is ensuring that necessary hardware and software and transformated and being available to students and professionals. As the world is becoming a digital world, we need to learn more and have more information about AI and also robots. Our schools are underprivileged schools, e.g., we lack computers, labs, and artificial intelligence. In our school, technology is unprivileged. We are behind. If you put me and a Chinese learner, that will prove that we are behind and critically uneducated. We must still learn. We still learn as the past.
We need to learn more about technology because education systems do not teach digital literacy. Our skills do not match future jobs. And while we have access to AI, we use AI blindly. And AI robots are taking over. We need to improve our learning skills, and we need to make sure that we are implement to education, and we need to have skills as the robots are taking over. Thank you.
Let me greet you all, honorable members. The one standing in front of you is Siyabonga Paula Manenza, presenting Eastern Cape. Mine is innovation and entrepreneurship. Innovation refers to the ability of coming up with new ideas and inventing new things. It is kind of similar to the Industrial Revolution. Entrepreneurship is a skill that each and every business owner needs to inquire in order for them to open a business. In order for you to inquire these skills, you need to study economics, accounting, and business. These three subjects are the fundamental tools to pursue your business career. Innovation speaks the concept of new technology or improved business model, the process where new invention continuously replace and disrupt the older established market. And the question is, what is the role do young people play in promotion, innovation, and entrepreneurship? The one standing in front of you is not just a learner from Sanisiwe and representing Eastern Cape. It's the future owner in the technology industry. As I was still asking, what is the role do the young people play in promotion, innovation, and entrepreneurship? Opportunity-driven youth entrepreneurship, young entrepreneurs who identify gaps in the market development, innovative solutions, and create business based on strategic opportunities recognition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to the Eastern Cape.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Dr. Arendse. So each of the learners were posed with 4 themes or topical questions. And the topical questions were freedom and economic justice. Is South Africa truly free for its youth? The second one was on identity, well-being, and building a sustainable future. The third one was on education, AI, and the future of work. And the last one was youth unity, activism, and social change in post-1976. So for this audience in this room, we would like to ask if anyone has any comment or contribution to make to the topic on freedom and economic justice 50 years after the Soweto uprising. Can we truly claim to be free and democratic? Or on the topic of youth unity, activism, and social change? And the guiding question is, are young people in South Africa more united or divided today compared to the youth of 1976? And how can youth activism drive positive social change? Thank you.
All right. So thank you for all of that. We had a lot of input. And of course, you guys have been listening, right? So I want you to quickly just check your neighbor and check what your neighbor heard. You know that, what is that wrestler that said, "Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie, they don't know what we know." So what is it that you think we don't know? Whether it's linked to these topics or whether it's something that you picked up. If you chat to your neighbor and you discover that your neighbor has not been paying attention, get up and find another neighbor, right? If you are surrounded by people that don't make you better, then find other people. If you are the most clever person in your conversation, then find other conversations. So quickly check with your neighbor whether there's an issue that you feel we need to talk about. You've heard the themes related to freedom, identity, unity, education, and activism. But what are your thoughts? What are some of the things that we need to talk about? And then I want to hear some of those questions coming my way. But please do write them down so that we can have a document of it. Sorry, just some input from the back.
Okay, learners, we will take, as we did with the other provinces, we will take 2 learners from this room, and then we'll open up for the floor for questions. So if you could limit your contribution to 2.5 minutes, that would be appreciated each. So it's 5 minutes collectively.
Okay. Per theme, it's 5 minutes.
Okay.
So for 2 themes, it's 10 minutes. So what we can do is for 1 theme, take 2 learners. The first one who raises their hand is the one that will go. So we haven't selected anyone for the questions. And then for the second theme, we're also looking for 2 people, for 2 learners. So in all, it's about 4 learners. So everyone in the room has equal opportunity to engage in the dialogue. After that, we will then open the floor for everyone, as well as in the hubs, to also come in, as well as the civil society that is here is more than welcome to participate. Thank you.
All right, so we want 2 inputs coming from this room. You'll have, 5 minutes to just share your thoughts on any of those 4 themes: freedom and economic justice. Is it possible? What are your thoughts on identity, unity? What are your thoughts on education, AI? And what are your thoughts on activism? So I saw a hand here, the lady in black, right? And I saw a hand there. So I've got 1, 2, I've got 3 and 4, so closed. Right, so we're going to quickly get your input. So can I get you to hurry up slowly? Yeah, come to the front quickly and share your thoughts. So we're going to have 4 inputs, and then we're just going to open it up for any other questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Leah Hendricks. I'm a part of the Junior City Council of Cape Town, and I'm a grade 11 learner at Pinelands High School. The question was, 50 years after the Soweto uprising, can South Africans truly claim to be free and democratic when so many young people continue to grapple with unemployment, poverty, inequality, and limited economic opportunities? I would say we cannot truly claim to be free. What is freedom? Freedom is the ability to exercise rights, make choices, and participate fully in society without unfair restrictions. Many people would argue that political freedom was achieved in 1994, but economic freedom remains incompetent, and I believe this because of poverty. Many young people still face food insecurity, poor housing, limited healthcare access, and lack of transport due to lack of transport money for opportunities. Therefore, I believe poverty limits freedom because people cannot fully participate in society without having the financial funds.
All right, thank you for that. If I can have the lady, and then I will go, was it here, the gent at the back, and here? All right.
It's not a race. You can.
Yeah, but we
speak a little
time
bit.
limited because remember we need to get to a specific point at 10:02. All right, thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name
Good
is
day, everybody. My name is Amy.
Going through that again. Can I speak? Okay.
Speak?
All right.
Okay. All right.
Right. Okay, can I speak now?
Okay, can I speak now?
No, I cannot.
No, I
Right.
Excuse me, please. Can
Excuse
I
me,
ask that
please.
everyone?
Can I ask that everyone?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me try now. Right. Okay. Good day, everybody. Good day, members of the parliament, students. Today I'm doing the topic of freedom and economic justice. Is South Africa truly free for its youth? Okay, my focus areas are also youth, unemployment, poverty, and economic equality. It just shows how big of a problem it is. Okay, 50 years ago, youth in Soweto marched with books and one demand, we want education. Today, I'm a UCT student who graduated last year. I have the books, I have the acceptance letter, I have the bursary and catered residence, but after all that help, I still owe 53,000. I applied for holiday jobs and then they say no experience, no job, which means no pay. So 50 years later, did we win the right to education only to lose the right to afford it? Stats SAQ 2025 says youth unemployment is 45.4%. Unemployment rates, yeah. Even with a bursary and admission to UCT, debt still follows us. My bursary covers tuition, but not the full residence costs. I'm not the missing middle, I'm missing a paycheck. Democracy promised merit, not connections. But I still have to ask, do I need to know someone to get a job? Do I have to have connections too? Because 60% of jobs in South Africa are filled through networks, not advertisements. Reading got me into UCT, but 53,000 says I might not stay. They marched for books in 1976, but in 2026, we're marching for receipts because a degree you can't afford is basically debt with a tassel. This year will be my first time voting. I'm saying young adults, this is our chance to make a difference, to read up about the different political parties. And if we don't agree with any of these political parties, this is our time to stand up and stand against corruption, unemployment rate, and GBV cases. This is our world now. Therefore, we can create the rules and regulations we want to follow. Thank you. I'm Amy Philander.
All right. Thank you very much. Can I get the lady and the gent? You'll go last. Thank you very much. All right, so please do jot down your questions that you might want to ask, and we'll just put it up in the ether. Thank you.
Greetings to the House at Large. My name is Njabulu Duba. I am a grade 10 student at Cape Town High School. Today, we are united to speak on the Soweto uprising and the youth that fought against the injustices that they were experiencing. Now, a question that we need to ask ourselves, as the previous students from other provinces have asked, is what's threatening the future of South Africa's youth today? And there's a lot of different issues that come about: drug abuse, poverty, different mindsets, and division throughout the youth. And I think what's important is the youth needs to take advantage of the privilege that they have been given. Yes, we don't have everything that we'd like to have, but we have a lot better than what the youth of 1976 had. It's important for us to take advantage of this privilege that we're given. The students today, students get to learn in languages that they understand. And we as the youth need to come together, stand together, be united to solve these problems. As it's been mentioned before, we are not only the leaders of the future, we are the leaders of now. So we need to take initiative and make a difference to solve these problems that we have today, to deal with the issues that we have, unfortunately, but we can't do it alone. We need the help of the leaders that are here right now. We need the help of the politicians. We need them to care about South Africa's youth and the future of South Africa, not just themselves. But for that change to happen, we need us as a youth to stand together and make a change. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. And then our last input from the floor. And as I said, please do put your thoughts together in terms of questions that you can ask. We're not maybe going to get them to the answers, but at least we'll have the questions.
Okay, greetings to the House at large. My comment will be short. Freedom and economic justice. I do not believe that we have achieved our freedom and economic justice, especially when it comes to education. The youth of 1976, June uprising, was fighting against Africans being the medium of instructions. The youth of today must fight for the unequal distribution of resources in the schools that we at. Because when you look at the township schools, there are no libraries there. We're still fighting so that there can be libraries that are there, because we believe that readers are leaders. In order for us as teachers I am Apiwe Sigadi, a teacher at Cape Town High School. In order for me to teach and for my subject to be learned and understood, my learners need to read, and my learners need to have a book to read, right? So we need libraries, and the government needs to provide us with the libraries and the qualified librarians. Even the students that get qualifications from universities, they need jobs because we have a high rate when it comes to unemployment in South Africa. We have graduates that do not have jobs. So those graduates need to be provided with jobs in South Africa. And also in closing, I would like to agree and support my colleague that was saying that we are drowning in debt. I'm still paying for NSFAS, right? And as I am paying for NSFAS, I am expected to provide for my own needs and wants as a qualified teacher. Now, freedom must be free. And Chrisani, I would like to quote Chrisani. Chrisani once said that we are making excuses if we cannot make education free. And making education free is one of the requirements that were written in the Codesa 1 and 2. So those promises that were made before 1994 must come to life. And I thank you.
All right. So thank you very much for that input. Of course, we now want to hear whether there are other questions that you might have. Of course, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, as I'm listening to people, have we become victims? Or are we victors? Because when we are victims, we accuse, we blame, and we complain. When we are victors, we think about attitude, our beliefs, and our choices. Do we know the difference between employability and marketability? If you're marketable, you get invited to an interview. If you're not employable, you will not get the job. We talk about 21st century skills, but what does that mean? We talk about AI and technology, and yet we live in a country where kids are discouraged to do mathematics and science. How can you tap into AI and technology if you don't have access to the basic building blocks, which is the math and the science? So what are we talking about? These are just some of the things that I heard, but maybe you heard other things. So let me open the floor. I've got hands flying up. Yes, please. You can just, there's a microphone in front of you. There we go. This is your moment. Button.
Members of the House have they continuously stated that we need libraries in many poverty-stricken communities. But my question is, have we ever considered that the reasons why there's no libraries in poverty-stricken communities is because when libraries are built in poverty-stricken communities, they are vandalized, books are stolen, many things happen to that library that cause the library to be closed down. And no one in this generation, our generation, has the motivation or the eagerness to learn. They only want quick things, social media, even on TikTok, they cannot focus on one thing for too long. How will they be able to focus on their education when they can't focus in general?
Right, excellent point. So how do we get people to postpone the reward, right? I'm thinking when I was born, the first thing my dad did was he took out a policy for me. And the policy paid out the day when I turned 18. And that is what I used to cover my studies. But have we prioritized education? There's a hand there from my colleague, and then I saw a hand on that side. I see you, my dear. So you can just open the microphone, and then I'm coming to you. Thank you, sir.
Good day, members of the House. On the topic that we are talking about, firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Anele Kose, a published author, 3 books in isiXhosa from National Library of South Africa. I'm the beneficiary there, and I greet them here. In 1976, brothers and sisters were lost fighting Africans. In today's world, we have our kids who are students here who can't speak their mother tongues because the taste of their mother tongue was stolen by the white. And I'm not against that because we are travelers. We need to see other people. We need to go to other countries. But if my child cannot speak my language, what is that to me? And we have schools in our townships that enforces the language into them, which is the English. Is the English better than isiXhosa? Because like we have maths in English, we don't have maths in isiXhosa. We have biology in English, we don't have biology in isiXhosa. Would they ever be clever with English? Or I will make them stupid by means of English? What is our mother tongue means to us as Africans? Are we not promoting it? Are we not preserving it? Are we not celebrating it only on the heritage? That was my question. Thank you.
All right, so there's some thoughts on the importance of mother tongue instruction in a sense. And I think if you talk about those disciplines, then the question would be whether we have the competent people who understand the content and also the language to be able to do that. I'm coming to you, dear. Thank you. Yes. And then I will come. Is it a hand online? All right, so I'm going to come to you, then I'm quickly going to go online before I come back into the room. All right, the lady at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question today, good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry, just swing the microphone towards you. There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question today is compare South Africa's youth unemployment crisis to the youth movement in 1976, which was harder to fight, apartheid laws or today's economy, and why?
Could you just repeat again? Your question was?
Compare South Africa's youth unemployment crisis to the youth movement in 1976, which was harder to fight, apartheid laws or today's economy, and why?
Oh, I'll give that question to one of the honorable members sitting here in front. So if we compare 1976 to the current reality and we look at the battle where people were fighting against language and issues in 1976 and where young people are struggling in terms of economical empowerment, which challenge is bigger and why? But we're going to quickly go online while I allow my honorable members to give that some thought. So let's hear what we have online.
Eastern Cape, Sonti, the floor is yours, and then we have a question from the NLSA. Thank you. Sorry, it was Musunduzi. Sorry. Musunduzi, the floor is yours.
Basically, it's to the honorable members, greetings to the distinguished guests and greetings to the learners. So today I'm Vladimir Gosishona from Georgetown High School, and I had a question in regards to the topic that is AI and education. So my question was, where is the productivity where learners basically be more on AI? Whereas I'm also going to answer the question and ask another question, but this is first a rhetorical question that I'll be answering. So my input on AI and education is basically that AI is not something that is good for learners basically because and there's no productivity. As much as yes, the productivity is there for the AI, but there's no productivity for me as a learner because if I have a math homework that is literally telling me and I'm trying to answer the questions and I find that it's too difficult for me to understand because I'm not the teacher in school and I maybe have not listened during the lesson. And then I come home and then I take my book and then I just basically say, you know what, then just take a photo and then send it to AI. So where and what knowledge am I gaining or what benefit am I gaining from that specific action of mine? Am I getting any incentive or is it not? So in answer to that question, basically that I'm not. So AI can be a good initiative for learners to prioritize learning goals and maybe doing research. But in other features, it is not a good thing for learners because it basically leaves them mentally drained and always knowing that we have a second round that we can basically work to when everything just seems to be too hard, right? So for me personally, AI does assist in some aspect, but majority of the time, let's be honest, people, it's just an easy initiative that basically creates students and makes them even more lazier than they are. So my question to the crowd was, what initiatives could we as a country, a society, or even citizen communities and parents and learners, what type of initiative can be used to make sure that learners use AI in an appropriate way that also does not leave them, that basically does not decrease their intellectuality as learners. Thank you.
Excuse me, could I ask you to repeat your question a bit more slowly? Because we couldn't hear you clearly. So sorry. Only your question. Only the question.
So my question was, what initiatives or what ways could we possibly use as a country to ensure that AI is used in a productive way that does not decrease a learner's intelligence or make them lazy?
Thank you.
All right, so we have to think about how we use AI as an enabler and not as a crutch or a replacement, because we still need to create a space within which people are creative. Was it just the one online question?
No, there were three.
All right.
So Msunduzi had two more questions, and then the NLSA had two questions. Sorry, it's four. I can't count.
I can't count.
Greetings to everyone.
Greetings to everyone.
My name is
My name is Joanne.
High School.
Solden, I need to mute
So,
the
and I need to
NLSA.
meet the NLSA.
My question is
My
based
question
on
is on
Just 2 seconds.
youth in rural areas
in rural areas
employment found in program TV, but we never see them be. What is your development plan to make sure that we actually know about this program and can access them without being in our communities? Can I repeat that so everyone can, My question is based on economic inequality and access to opportunities. Youth in rural areas and township like ours hear about employment farms and program on TV, but we never see them be. What is your development plan to make sure that we actually know about this program and can access them without leaving our community? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. The next input is?
Also, Msunduzi, that's the last question for them.
All right, the third question, if you could possibly just change your microphone on the other side.
Greetings, honorable members and fellow learners. My name is Adi Masigan. I come from Chatomula High School. So today the question I have is for the Minister of Finance. So Minister, I hear that you deal with financials, but how? When many public schools like ours face severe problems because allocated funds are delayed, underpaid, or never received. For example, school budgets for LTSM, which is learning and teaching support material maintenance, but by mid-year we still haven't received the full equitable share from the provincial department. How is National Treasury addressing this specific challenge? Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have the NLSA's question. You can unmute yourself now.
Hey, colleagues. My name is Mukhadi Signolo, and I'm a proud librarian. It's fascinating to hear all what the youth, the young people are saying today. But and the chair alluded to marketable and employable. So I want to find out with the situation or the current situation that the youth find themselves in. How true is it that they say the South African youth are lazy? Hence, even if there are work, there are jobs, they cannot, people from outside are taking jobs from them because they are lazy. I'm posing this because there are young people there, so that they tell us, as they've been alluding to the statistics that they say most young people are not employed. How true is it that the South African, the young people? Thank you.
The second question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mashudi from UNISA Library. I want to raise most of our youth does not value our mother tongue. We find that we have kids that speaks English as a flex or peer pressure, which I'm not against. I can say we are living in a generation that does not know how to speak their mother tongue, most of them. So my question is, how do we preserve our indigenous languages? And if that is being implemented or it's in the process, when can we expect the implementation that we can say that indeed here are the results? Thank you.
All right, so I think we're going to come quickly back into the room. The gent with the beige, your hand has been up forever. But I'm also going to maybe push you and say, listen, if this previous speaker called you lazy. She said, South African youth, they're lazy. They don't want to take the opportunities. How would you respond to that? And then also add your comments. We're just running out of time, or do I ignore time?
I, Program Director, ask that we actually allow time for responses because I'm looking at the time, we might be running out.
Sure.
And then we see after the responses whether we'll be able to take another round of questions.
All right, so I'm just going to take the one question and then I will quickly see if there are responses in the room. Yes, please. Thank you.
Greetings to the House at large. This is Osiviwe Coleman from Life Choices Academy. So I've got a question here that was from previous speeches of the honorable people here at the House at large. So the speakers mentioned something about quality education. Like my question is like, how do we have quality education in South Africa? While we have schools that are making people to pay school fees, but if a learner do not pay a school fees, the learner will be chased out at school. And also equal protection. How? Because like in our days, I feel like we're still living in the days of the apartheid, because we can see that multiple of discrimination in South Africa, it is rising slowly, but it is rising because if you see a police officer, let's say it will treat a black person in a wrong way. But my main question is on the quality education, how we are making a quality education sure that it is received by our learners, because when the learner did not pay a school fees, the learner might be sent home because he or she couldn't afford to pay a school fees.
All right, so the issue of quality education, equality versus equity. We talk about access to opportunities, no feeing versus paying. And I think we live in a society where we have gotten used to the idea that the more you pay, the better the offering. So if you pay more, it must be quality. If you don't pay, that's probably inferior. So let me just open up to some of our honorable members. Mr. Lebeko or Honorable Member Mbiko, Ms. Africa, Honorable Kanyile. Any responses that you guys have to anything that came up through the course of the morning? Any insights that you want to share? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think for me, I'm going to focus on the first question that related to which struggles, if I may put it that way, that we feel is more important to the ones that we fought for by the youth of 1976 and the struggles that the current youth are fighting for. I would say they are equally important, because as individuals, we look at the issues that are affecting us at that particular point in time. The youth of 1976 were faced with fighting apartheid, and they defeated apartheid. So with us now, what issues that are affecting us are issues of unemployment, poverty, crime, inequality. As young people, these are the issues that we need to ensure that we also champion for. And what is also more important, young people must not wait for events like this where they can be able to raise their voices. You have platforms in your municipalities, in your various constituencies, where you can speak to structures that are relevant, raise your issues. If you have councillors that you can speak to, you can equally raise those issues. Another issue that I wanted to come to, it is the issue of this young person that asked that there's a narrative that says young people are lazy. I believe that the people that are making that statement, excuse me, are making an irresponsible statement. Young people are not lazy. Young people wake up every day looking for opportunities. If at this moment we are sitting with the stats from Stats SA indicating that the rate of unemployment has increased and the young people of this country are hardest hit. So it simply means even if you were going to go and apply, look for employment, you are going to come back home empty-handed because there are no opportunities that are available for you. So it's very important that as leaders, we find ways to create job opportunities. I think now that we are having this forum, I am hoping that there is going to be a report that is going to be compiled so that issues that are raised here, they are sent to relevant ministers so that they can have a look at them. And with that being said, I just want to, in conclusion, include the issue of quality of education, where the speaker mentioned the issue of that when learners are not paying school fees, they are being chased away. In my understanding, I understand that we do have a legislation that speaks to that learners cannot be chased away from schools because the parents cannot afford school fees. But if you are having incidents like those, please do not wait for platforms or events like this where you can raise these issues immediately when you pick them up. Please put them into writing. You are even allowed to write to the office of the minister. We do have the Minister of Basic Education, Minister Kwahube. She's more than capable to attend to your issues and answer your issues. I am hoping that through you, Program Director, after this session today, everything that was raised by the young people is going to be put into a report or packaged into a report so that all issues are divided or separated and sent to relevant ministers, and then we are able to provide feedback. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Some input from Ms. Lavinia.
Sorry. In my presentation, I mentioned about your responsibility as youth in terms of activism, advocacy, civic organization, civic issues. And one of you spoke about it or asked a question about it. And also one of the learners mentioned that you need unity amongst the youth. You are not all, unified. Can I ask whom of you are actually belonging to any community organizations? Can you just raise your hand? The youth, the learners, please. Any community organization. Yes, I counted about 15 hands briefly, quickly, maybe 20. At your school, how many are you in committees or part of extramural activities? Please raise your hand. Committees first. Any committees? Social clubs? Clubs? Okay, thank you. Now, this is important for each and everyone to be part of a club, a social club or committee at school or in your area, because that is why you discuss the issues that is affecting you. And that is where you try to get unity amongst you so that you stand together in terms of presenting this to your local municipality or your community leaders. So I want to urge you once again to take the responsibility upon yourselves and be part of the social changes that we need. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I mean, it's clear that there's still a lot of energy in the room, and I hope that the conversation will continue. I mean, as we were talking earlier, I think the first group spoke about drug abuse, and I was immediately reminded of an old song by a guy with the name of Sammy Davis Jr. And the title of that song is Don't Blame the Children. The lyric says something like, the kids don't make the drugs. We older people make it. And we need to start reflecting on what is it that we need to do different. If we want a different tomorrow, we can't just leave it to them. We have to take their hands and we have to guide them in this process of developing the skills, the attitudes and the attributes that will help them to create a better tomorrow. This is not just about you. This is about my grandchildren, my grandchildren's grandchildren. And what is the country that I want them to grow up in, and how do we facilitate conversations that move us forward? So we will continue the conversation, but thank you for what has come thus far. I'm standing here and I'm thinking, those of you who are at school, if your school is South Africa in miniature, what is your RCL doing? And what are you really discussing at your school if your school is South Africa in the miniature? Should you not be debating some of these issues? Or are you just doing the same old year after year after year? I'm probably going to put my neck into this now. But if educators are the gatekeepers, and if our educators can only tell young people what is it like to be an educator, how are we going to unlock potential? And how are we going to expose you to new opportunities if the only thing I know is being a teacher? I probably have to open my school up to other people so that they can come in and do something meaningful. So we're going to wrap up our program, and I'm going to hand over to the National Youth Development Agency, the NYDA, to share some thoughts. So NYDA, the representative from the NYDA, that's the National Youth Development Agency, the floor is yours. Right, if you don't know her, she was born, she grew up, and she's now coming to the podium.
Good morning. My name, it's afternoon, sorry. I've been here in the morning. My name is Ola Kwelishe. I am from the NYDA, which stands for National Youth Development Agency. The NYDA is an agency that falls under the ministry of Mrs. Honorable Sindiswa Chikunga. She leads the Department of Women, Youth, and People Living with Disabilities under the presidency. The NYDA is a youth agency that caters for young people between the ages of 18 to 35. We are an agency that supports a lot entrepreneurs, people who want to start businesses, or people who have businesses that are existing with funding. Our funding does not have to be monetary funding. We do fund businesses that are not compliant, meaning they are not registered, but we urge young people to register their businesses so that they qualify for bigger amounts of money. One of our products and services that we also give out in the NYDA are trainings. We've got different kind of trainings. So in order for you to qualify for our grant funding, we make you undergo a program called the Business Management Training. It is a training that takes up to 5 working days. In the 5 days, you will receive a certificate, a business management certificate, that will be one of the requirements that is needed when you apply for a funding at NYDA. The nice thing about our certificate is that it's not only applicable in the NYDA, but if you go to other government institutions, they do recognize our certificate as a business management training certificate so that you don't have to undergo another business management training. Our services, I forgot to tell you something that is very important, is that our services are for free. You do not pay for our services. You are not allowed to pay for our services. The other trainings that we give out is a life skills training, and we also give out job preparedness training. Other people know it as job readiness training. One of the products that we give in NYDA is that we assist young people in finding employment. What you do as a young person is that you send your CV to the NYDA, and then the NYDA is the middle person between you and your potential employee in assists you, employer, I mean, in assists you in finding employment according to the criteria that will be needed from your CV. The other thing that we do as the NYDA, we have a bursary fund called the Solomon Mahlangu Bursary Fund for those who want to further their studies and equip themselves more. We also have a mentorship programs for those who need mentors, and we have voucher programs for those who need vouchers for their businesses. In a case where maybe your business is not financially well off for you to hire a law firm and you need to get your policies in order. I'm making an example. We can assist you with a voucher so that we keep your business running for you. One of the other programs that we offer at the NYDA is a sponsorship program. Depending on what you need sponsorship with, but usually sponsorship couples up with NPOs, but the NPOs need to be youth-driven. We have 44 offices across the country of the National Development Agencies and 3 which are here in the Western Cape. One is in Salt River, the other one is in the Beaufort West, and the other one is in George. We do have a toll-free number. I will read the number because I am advertising ourselves here. Our toll-free number is 0800 58 58 58. But we understand that we are people of now, AMA 2K. We are very advanced with technology. We do have a QR code. You can scan our QR code when you walk outside, when it's time for the exhibition. You can go and take our pamphlets, scan our QR code, and it will lead you directly into our ERP system where we will find everything about the NYDA. We also have a WhatsApp number where you can chat to us and ask questions that you would like to know about the NYDA. I think that is it from my side, and thank you very much.
Right, so there you have it. There's some support coming from the National Youth Development Agency. Next up, I invite to the podium Dr. Kia Obaka Seshoka, previously Director of the Language Directorate at Northwest University and a scholar dedicated to advancing multilingualism and Indigenous language development, currently the CEO of the Pan-South African Language Board.
Dumelang. Sanibonani. Molweni. Aye. Demasiare. Abuti. Demasiare. Goeiemiddag. Goeiemiddag. I'm standing between 2 important times. The time for lunch and the time for exhibitions. But allow me to thank the program director. You are doing a sterling job. Let's appreciate the program director. As he has introduced me, I'm from the Pan-South African Language Board, the PAN-SALB. I had a question on mother tongue languages, and I believe that through what I'm gonna be saying, I will indirectly respond to the question that has been raised. Honorable members present and the representatives from the various supporting institutions of democracy, and all youth organizations present and learners, and the National Library representatives, distinguished guests, and the program director. Thank you so much for this opportunity. As the Pan-South African Language Board, we are pleased to participate in this today's 50 years commemoration since the Soweto uprising. For us as the Pan-South African Language Board, June 16 marks a pivotal moment that we view as the tipping point of the linguistic landscape in our country. This marked the breaking point in our country's language policy, one that will serve as a cautionary tale of the great tragedy that can befall a nation when its citizens do not feel recognized in their own country, with their identity diminished. Allow me to say, the youth of 1976 did not simply march against the language policy. They marched for dignity. They marched for identity. They marched for equality and the right to shape their future in the languages that they understand. Today, as we reflect on the 50 years since the historic Soweto uprising, we stand on the shoulders of the young people who dared to challenge the injustices. Their courage altered the course of our nation and laid down the foundation of the democratic South Africa we know. As we commemorate this day, I want to ask all of us in this room, what kind of linguistic democracy have we built? What voices are being heard and in which languages? What role does reading in our own languages play in our reading spaces? Are we encouraging our young people to read and write in their own languages? What future are today's young people imagining, and they are creating this future in what languages? As the Pan-South South African Language Board, we owe our existence to the youth of 1976, who stood up and fought for what they believed in. When they rejected the Afrikaans Medium Decree of 1974 that was issued by the then Department of Bantu Education, the Afrikaans Medium Decree declared that all core subjects such as mathematics and social studies should be taught in Afrikaans. This was pronounced disregarding the fact that most learners were not familiar with the language. And this was enforced without consultation with community and the policies affected. In fact, the then Deputy Minister of Bantu Education is quoted to have said, "I have not consulted the African people on the language issue, and I'm not going to." Today, as the Pan-South African Language Board, we commemorate this day, giving a recognition of the central role that language plays in our freedom, in our nation building. We say as the Pan-South African Language Board that this day was marked with the beginning of a broader movement towards linguistic justice in our country. One that would lead to the recognition of the 12 official languages in the democratic South Africa. To protect, get me right, to protect and to promote multilingualism, to guarantee that all languages are treated with equal respect, to prevent any languages from being used as a tool of exploitation, control, and social division. Today, we honor their legacy, and this is reaffirmed in the Section 29 of the Constitution, which states that everyone has the right to receive education in the language of their choice. To that end, we are pleased, coming to answer your question, sir, we are pleased to say that we, as the Pan-South African Language Board, are taking part and are pleased with the great strides that have been made towards the national rollout and implementation of the mother tongue-based bilingual education by the Department of Basic Education. This is done to ensure that equitable access to education information and socio-economic mobility using mother tongue is used to improve learning outcomes. Studies have shown that learners grasp concepts for subjects like mathematics and science faster in their mother tongue and are better equipped to learn additional languages later when they have a strong foundation in their mother tongue. We say as the Pan South African Language Board, the future of our young people does not only belong to few languages. The future must be in all official languages of South Africa and all the languages that form part of a national identity. If our languages do not exist in the digital spaces, our children and our young people risk exclusion from economy of the future. Now, as the Pan South African Language Board, we therefore see language development as a core foundation to the development of our young people. The struggle today, young people, is no longer about apartheid. It's against ignorance. It's against illiteracy. It's against excluding your mother tongue from anything you do. Let's leave our languages. Let's speak them in our social media. Let's use them when we communicate. How can you speak isiXhosa and want to WhatsApp somebody who understands isiXhosa in English? A nation that values its languages thrives. In closing, I want to say that we are, as the Pan South African Language Board, we want to re-emphasize this message. Let us never forget the price that was paid to have a constitutional democracy that affirms the language rights of its citizens. Let us continue to embrace multilingualism. Let us continue to champion multilingualism. South Africa is a linguistically diverse country. We must remain vigilant and guard against any attempts to subvert the gains of our democracy. We are one nation, but we have a rich resource with many languages. Let us embrace our languages. I want to encourage the young people today and say, write the stories of your life and the stories of South Africa in the languages that you understand. If you cannot write it, somebody will tell it in a different languages and it will not sound right. Ngiyabonga, enkosi.
Thank you very much, ma'am. There's just a small token of our appreciation for your time. So if you speak in somebody's mother tongue, you speak to their hearts. So as we wrap up, we just have a couple of messages of support. The first one comes from the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mxolisi Mkhize, who's at Msunduzi Municipality, serving as chairperson of the Infrastructure Services Portfolio Committee and known for his strong stance on accountability in municipal governance.
As members of Parliament, Msunduzi officials, representatives of National Library of South Africa and Provincial Library Services, our esteemed partners from Parliament of South African Library, educators and librarians, learners from our schools, young reading ambassadors to be, civic society partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It gives me a great pleasure to extend my support and best wishes to all participants gathered for the National Reading Ambassadors Program and Youth Month Dialogue here at Bessie Head Library and Hybrid Platform. Bessie Head Library, a space named after one of South Africa's most powerful literary voices, a woman who wrote truthful about exile, belonging, and the search for justice. It is fitting that here at Msunduzi we open our doors as a satellite hub for a national conversation on youth reading and democracy. We are connected to Parliament in Cape Town, to the National Library in Pretoria, to the Northwest Provincial Legislature, and to Mtanzane, united by one purpose, to honor the youth of 1976 and to ignite a new generation of young readers and active citizens. Before I proceed further, it is my distinct honor and privilege to acknowledge our host today, Dr. Mandla Ntombela, the city librarian. Dr. Ntombela is a name that needs no introduction, not only here at Msunduzi or in KwaZulu-Natal, but across our country and even beyond our borders. He is widely respected as a visionary leader in library and information services, a passionate advocate for literacy, and tireless champion of youth development. As we commemorate Youth Month, we honor the courage and sacrifice of young people of 1976 who stood firmly for justice, equality, and a better future. Their legacy reminds us that young people have always been powerful agents of change and continue to play a vital role in shaping our democracy. They face impossible odds, but they refused to be spectators. They became actors in their own history. You are not just the future, you are the present. Your voice matters today. This year's themes ask us to reflect on the landscape of South African democracy, 50 years since Soweto uprising. Democracy is not only about voting every 5 years. Democracy lives where citizens are informed, where they can question, where they can imagine alternatives, and where they can participate. But you cannot participate fully if you cannot read confidently. You cannot claim your right if you cannot access information. You cannot build a better future if you have never read about a different possibility. I encourage all youth to register to vote on the 20th of June 2026. Let your voice be heard. Your vote is your power. Your registration is your first act of democratic leadership. Today, we celebrate not only their contribution to our nation's history, but also the limitless potential of the youth of today. Through initiatives such as the Reading Ambassadors Program, we are investing in a generation that is informed, empowered, and equipped to lead. Reading opens doors to knowledge, opportunity, innovation, and active citizenship. It enables young people to think critically, engage meaningfully, and contribute positively to their communities. As the Deputy Mayor of Msunduzi Municipality, I reaffirm our commitment to supporting programs that advance literacy, education, youth development, and access to information. Our libraries remain important spaces for learning, discovery, and community empowerment. And we will continue to strengthen these institutions for the benefit of future generation. To the learners, you are the reason we gather. Make this day count. Let us move from commemoration to action. Read widely, dream boldly, and use the knowledge you gain to make a positive difference in your schools, communities, and our country. Remember, knowledge is power. May this gathering inspire meaningful dialogue, foster a culture of reading, and encourage young people to become ambassadors of knowledge, leadership, and positive change. I commend the Library of Parliament, the National Library of South Africa, provincial partners, and the dedicated staff of Busy Head Library for creating a platform that promotes literacy and inspires a lifelong of reading among our people. God bless you. May God continue to bless Msunduzi, bless South Africa. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. May God continue to be with us all the time. Ngiyabonga.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Next up, we have some messages, words of support coming from the Northwest Provincial Legislature.
All for fear of reprisals. However, may I recognize honorable members on the platform, colleagues practitioners in the library services, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, as well as participating municipalities and provincial legislatures. My name is Raymond Elisha, and I am an executive manager in the Northwest Provincial Legislature, responsible for committees, public participation, and research. Program Director, June 16, 1976, marks an important landmark in the history of South Africa and in the run-up towards the democratic dispensation that we find ourselves in today. It started off with learners from the Morris Isaacson High School in Soweto who engaged in a peaceful protest against Bantu education and forced use of Afrikaans, or the forced use of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. That peaceful march was met with a brutal force, resulting in the death of many young people, including young people as young as 8-year-old. It also resulted in mass detentions and mass exodus of young people from the country to join the liberation movement in exile, and in particular, to join the fighting forces of Umkhonto weSizwe, APLA, and Azanla. Those protests quickly spiraled into other townships and villages throughout the country on the same day of June 1976. It is very popular on the caption of the picture that depicts the events of June 16, where you see a picture of a young person carrying another, a young Mbuyisa Makubo carrying the late Hector Peterson. The likes of Tsietsi Mashinini and Khotso Seahlulo, who later then joined the liberation movement in exile. Closer to home, program director, you had your Masoja Mondlana, your Twist Khonare, your Shingintuli, and many others who led student struggles in dusty townships such as Kuma. In this province of ours, you have stalwarts of our revolution in the name of Thandi Modise, a former political prisoner, female political prisoner in South Africa, Pitso Zakaria Tolo, George Tau, Mfana Majova, and many others. But on this truly historic occasion, the nation must really pay tribute, and a befitting tribute enough, to the young heroes and heroines and martyrs of June 16, who fell in that titanic battle against the forces of apartheid regression. Their sacrifices were not in vain. Their actions and activism made it possible for us to usher in a democratic dispensation in South Africa, of course with its own limitations and challenges. Frantz Fanon, in one of his seminal books, The Wretched of the Earth, says every generation, and I quote, every generation must out of relative obscurity discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. The June 16 youth delivered and discovered its mission, and they actually have succeeded in fulfilling it. But the question is, what is the mission of the current generation of young people in South Africa in the midst of unemployment, poverty, and inequality? Statistics provided by Statistics South Africa tell us that in the previous year, about 59.93% of young people were unemployed, which represented about 16.44% increase from 1991 to 2025. The current statistics stand at 45.8% of young people who are unemployed. So there is an urgent need, Program Director, for the targeted intervention to address youth unemployment in the Republic, because it is a crisis. There is also a need for collaboration between government and the private sector. There is a need to expand investment, to support localization, to accelerate skills absorption, and to open pathways for young people to be in employment and entrepreneurship. Our education system must also be geared up towards providing skills that are relevant to the economy. Young people must strive to become job creators rather than job seekers through skills acquired. Statistics tell us that 12% of graduates are currently unemployed. Some are deterred by the requirement for experience in jobs. President Ramaphosa, in one of his State of the Nation addresses, had effectively tried to deal with this requirement of experience, long experience, before young graduates could be absorbed into the workforce through the intensification of the internship programs in government departments, state-owned enterprises, as well as municipalities. However, the situation is such that quite a sizable number of our graduates remain unemployment. There is an issue of economic inequality also, because South Africa is one of the most unequal societies. There are disparities of income, wealth, and opportunities that are shared or that are shared in the country, and are informed by our past spatial development and race reality. Times Live report on the 21st of April 2026 that Africans live below the lower bound poverty level line are at 37% of the population. And that lower poverty line equals about 1,300 rand per person per month. And it also, for our food poverty, would be around 777 rand. But we need to also congratulate this effort that has been made by Parliament, as well as the Parliamentary Library Services and all participants, for their insightful engagement with the topics under the themes that have been provided. We need to also advise young people to learn skills and acquire qualifications that will enable them to participate actively in the mainstream economy. We need to also encourage young people to make optimal use of artificial intelligence, but not totally rely on it to think on their behalf, but rather to think on behalf of artificial intelligence and make it do things on their behalf. To intensify the struggle against ignorance and illiteracy, and to strive to create jobs through skills and entrepreneurship. Most importantly, encourage young people to love their countries, to become patriots, and begin to ask themselves the question, what is it that I can do for my country, for the country to be a better country, to face the challenges that our country is facing currently, so that it becomes a better world, not only for you, but for posterity and for young people to come, your children and your children's children. I thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very, very much. Right, and I'll hand over to the representative from the Western Cape Provincial Legislature.
Good afternoon, everybody, and honored guests, all protocols observed. As the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, we're in support of initiatives that empower the youth through reading, education, and active participation in democracy. The commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the June the 16th uprising reminds us of the courage and sacrifices made by the then young people in shaping the South Africa that we live in today. We believe that the NLSA's Reading Ambassadors program will create meaningful opportunities for young voices to be heard, inspired, and equipped to contribute positively to society. So let us all continue to promote a culture of reading, critical thinking, and active citizenship to deepen democracy as we work towards a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. Please don't just look at these words as a vocabulary list. Please take some time and reflect on terms like critical thinking, active citizenship, and inclusive future. Let me just sneak in a shout out to organizations like Life Choices and Rota Act, who are actively involved in youth empowerment and try to provide young people with opportunities and guidance and support. So hopefully for those young people, look at those kinds of organizations within your communities and give back. Lastly, thank you to the Library of Parliament for being so active in organizing this event. And I sincerely hope that it's the first of many opportunities to work together and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the last input is from the Education or the Department of Sport in the Eastern Cape.
Good afternoon and greetings to honorable members and program director, stakeholders across all sectors. I am Ms. Nzuzo. I am representing the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape Department of Arts and Culture conveys its sincere appreciation for the opportunity to participate in this important youth program, commemorating 50 years since the Soweto uprising. This gathering, bringing together leaders, young people, and stakeholders across sectors, is a meaningful platform for our youth and the legacy as a collective empowering today's generation. We commend the organizers and partners, including the National Library of South Africa and provincial stakeholders, for convening an intergenerational dialogue that centers youth voices and promotes inclusive participation in shaping our democracy. As a department, we recognize that reading, knowledge access, and storytelling are critical tools for enabling youth, young people to define their own narrative and influence that will influence their future. The official launch of the Reading Ambassadors Program is therefore a significant milestone as it fosters a culture of reading and inspires youth leadership within communities. We further acknowledge the role of the partnership in strengthening library services and ensuring that youth, young people, particularly in rural areas, underserved areas, have access to information resources that support education, creativity, and active citizenship. On this occasion, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting youth development through library and information services, promoting reading as a foundation of lifelong learning, strengthening collaborative initiatives that uplift young people across the province. As we honor the courage and resilience of the youth of 1976, we call upon today's young people to continue to use their voices, embrace their knowledge, and actively contribute to the building of a just and inclusive society. The Eastern Cape Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture stands in solidarity with all stakeholders in advancing a reading nation and empowering youth through access to information. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much for those words of support and encouragement and commitment. I'm now going to hand over the microphone to Ms. Linda Ntaka, who is the area head at City of Cape Town, and who was actually recently awarded the Liasa Librarian of the Year Award 2025 for leadership and advocacy in inclusive, child-friendly public libraries. Ms. Ntaka will introduce and share with us the Reading Ambassadors Pledge.
Thank you. Before I start talking, can I ask the learners who are supposed to come and stand with me while we do the pledge to move forward? Distinguished guests, online and in the room, educators, learners, fellow new ambassadors in the room, either you are young or old. As a public librarian and a very proud one, I'm compelled to acknowledge the National Librarian in the room, our CEO, Dr. Links, the legal deposit heads online and here, the one led by Linda Ngaleka, the Chief Librarian of the Parliament, my fellow librarians in the room and the librarians online, good afternoon. Today we commemorate the 50 years of the historical Soweto uprising. I think the key word is we're honoring their courage in order for us to move forward and have the same courage for the better of the next generation. As ambassadors that are going to be here, we're going to carry that legacy of the culture of reading forward to our communities. I'm hoping that all the learners that are here are actually members of public libraries where they are. Are you all? Are you sure? Do you know where are your libraries? Okay, we offer reading programs. I wouldn't do justice if I cannot tell you. We offer reading programs. We offer digital literacy, the AI that you were talking about. In order for you to use it responsible, visit our libraries, you will hear that. I therefore ask everybody in this room to share, inspire the next person by starting with reading. Not only the learners, but everybody. The first step to you learners is to ask yourself, what is my responsibility? Our program director did emphasize on that. What is my responsibility for the better of the future of this country? I think our colleagues today are continuing with our Library Week theme. So as an association, we have an association as librarians. which is called Liasa. So we had a theme saying, reclaiming knowledge, empowering futures. That theme is meant to preserve the intellectual heritage that we have. That theme is intended to expand the digital inclusion in this South Africa. And there's no way that we can do it other than by sharing and recreating and multiplying the reading ambassadors. I am therefore going to ask everybody who is in the room who can be able to stand while we read the pledge and the ones online. My name is Linda Ndaga. As a reading ambassador of South Africa, sorry, you must follow me. As a reading ambassador of South Africa, I pledge to promote a culture of reading.
I pledge to promote a culture of reading,
A culture of learning and knowledge.
a culture of learning and knowledge
In my school,
in my
library,
in my library,
in my community.
in my community.
I commit myself to read regularly and encourage others to read.
I commit myself to read and read the book.
To visit my library and make use of books and learning spaces.
visit
To
my
visit my
library,
library and read.
To read for my family, for my friends, and for the community. To respect books, libraries, and all spaces of learning.
to respect books, libraries, and all spaces of learning.
To promote reading in all official and indigenous languages.
To promote reading in
all official languages.
To inspire children and young people to discover the joy of books and storytelling. Use reading as a tool of education, empowerment, and personal growth. Promote unity, diversity, inclusion, and social cohesion. Encourage dialogue, critical thinking, and active citizenship.
Encourage dialogue.
critical thinking.
Advance knowledge, democracy, and freedom through reading. Serve as a role model with my community. And help build a reading nation to present a future generation, to preserve, yes. I proudly declare, reading is my voice. Reading is my power.
Reading is my power.
Reading builds our future.
Reading builds our future.
Together we ask. Together we ask. What are you currently reading?
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Linda, for leading us in the pledge, and hopefully we took note of what we committed to do once we get back to our own spaces. Right, so we are almost at the very end. Before I hand over for the vote of thanks, let me invite to the microphone Mr. Anele Koze, Cape Town-based poet and playwright, originally from a place formerly known as King Williamstown. All right, it seems as if The poet unfortunately had to leave us because of other commitments. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to Ms. Linda Ngaleka to do the vote of thanks. Of course, she's the one standing between you and lunch.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'll try and be very brief because I know the lunch is already outside. But before we go to lunch, let me take this opportunity to say all protocol observed. This collaboration marks a first of its kind between these esteemed institutions, and it is truly an honor to be part of this milestone. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the honorable members who have taken the time to join us in this important dialogue. I would also like to thank, firstly, the learners. When we were planning this event, we were not sure of the turnout, and we had sleepless nights. And we kept getting rejection, saying, no, learners are writing. And we understood that. We actually sent invites to 35 schools. And we thought, let us widen, the scope and see what we get. And unfortunately, because of the exams, many of the schools couldn't join us. But I'm very proud to be standing here today and looking at all these young learners from the different schools and from the different communities that you are presenting. So I want to thank the teachers, the Junior City Council, for embracing the call and actively participating in this initiative. My appreciation also goes to all the speakers for their valuable contribution and insight. To the ISDs that are outside and in the room, thank you so much. I will definitely mention you by name. The AG, CRL, PANSALP, NLSA, IEC, Commission for Gender Equity, Public Protector, Financial and Fiscal Commission. Thank you all for the wonderful exhibitions that you have outside, and thank you for the gifts that you have given to the learners. I am very happy to see, at least when they leave this room, they don't go empty-handed. I would also want to acknowledge our internal stakeholders. Jackie, thank you so much. Lynette, thank you so much. PCAs, I know they left, but I also want to thank them. I want to thank the organizing committee, which is comprising of the National Library of South Africa, the Umsunduzi Municipal Library Services, the Northwest Provincial Legislature, the Eastern Cape Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, and the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. Thank you so much for embracing the call. I know it was a last minute. Normally it takes 6 months to plan, but we approached, I think, a month or 2 months ago to plan this wonderful event. Thank you for embarking on this journey. A special word of thanks to Dr. Ralph Links, the CEO of the National Library of South Africa, Dr. Mandla Ntombela, the director of the Umsunduzi Municipal Library Services, Ms. Nombulelo Nzuzo, the director of the Eastern Cape Provincial Library Services, the manager, Ms. Amaro Nomdo from the Western Cape Provincial Legislature, and Ms. Dengesi from the Northwest Provincial Legislature. That's a mouthful. Thank you for your leadership and support, because without your support, the committee wouldn't have taken this initiative and come up with this wonderful collaboration. So, Dianibulela nonke, disithi nangomso, and I hope to see you next time. Oh, I totally forgot someone. To the program director. Thank you so much for leading us. And I'm looking at the time. I was worried this morning because of all the connectivity issues, thinking that we might run out of time, but you have been wonderful. We stole him when we attended a book launch at the University of the Western Cape. We saw how well he was doing there, and then we thought he must come over. And he agreed without even knowing what the concept was all about. So thank you, Dr. Aronsa. We are looking forward to having you next time. It has been so wonderful to meet you and actually see you handling this, this audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Linda. Obviously, she can't thank herself. So that brings us to the end. For those of you going out and enjoying lunch, please take some time to visit some of the exhibitors. The Independent Electoral Commission is also outside. So those of you who have not yet registered or thinking of registering to vote, you're welcome to pay them a visit. And I will leave you with the words of Frederick Douglass, who said, "It is easier to build strong young children than what it is to repair broken adults." Let's take the time to invest in the next generation. Thank you for your time, and let's keep the conversation going. Enjoy the rest of your day.